right, it's 5 o'clock. We'll call the Tuesday, February 4th, 2025 Business Operations and Finance Committee meeting to order. Ms. Hope, can I have a roll call, please?
Yes. Brian Nichols,
Here.
Greg Schneider,
Present.
and Brian Anderson.
Here. Thank you.
All members are present.
All right, item 1C, approval of the agenda. I'd entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. And opposed? That carries unanimously. Item 1D, approval of minutes. Does anyone have any?
So moved.
All right.
Second.
All right, we got a first and a second. Any discussion, commentary? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. And opposed? That carries. We're going to move on to item 2A, monthly financials, and I'm going to let Mr. Chady lead this one.
Thank you, and good evening to the committee members. This evening, we've got a lot to talk about here over the next hour, so we'll try to move expeditiously through, beginning with our financial statements for the month ending December 31st of 2024. Materials were posted in board docs publicly available, and as typical, we'll kind of walk through the big picture highlights, so to speak. We'll begin by looking at the monthly summary report. I'll just make this a little bit bigger, see if I can even go bigger yet for those viewing online. There we go. So monthly summary report, hey, December was a great month. December is one of those few months where our revenues significantly exceed our expenses. And you can see that as reflected here on the summary report with revenues of $22+ million and expenses of just over $7 million. So again, we have inflows exceeding outflows in the month of December by $15 million. And again, that typically happens about 4 times a year. So we have to wait until December when we receive a large portion of our state aid, and we'll see that here in just a little bit. So top row, Fund 10, our general fund, that's where we see the driver of revenues, $20.8 million. We'll get into those details momentarily. Pretty typical, just over $5 million in expenses in the general fund. So inflows there exceeding outflows by $15.8 million, which is a pretty awesome thing. Row 27, our special education fund, expenditures typically exceed the revenues, and that's the case again this month as well, $858,000. Keep in mind that the lion's share of the revenues in our special education fund come as part of our year-end interfund transfer from the general fund to Fund 27. The special education fund, that occurs in the month of June. So typically throughout the other 11 months of the year, the special education outflows exceed revenues. We'll talk briefly about Fund 50, our food service fund. Right about the middle of the page, $539,000 in income revenue coming in, $468,000, almost $469,000 in expenses going out, inflows exceeding by just under $70,500. And then the last one that we'll talk about is Fund 73, our employee benefit trust fund. Revenues, just over $19,000, expenses, just over $55,000, but I use the term expenses rather loosely there. We'll talk about what that is momentarily, but the outflows in Fund 73, that employee benefit trust fund, were nearly $36,000 for the month. But overall, $22+ million in, $7+ million out, $15+ million as a benefit. Before I go on, I'll just pause and see if there's any questions about the monthly summary report.
I don't see any.
Everybody joins in the celebration of a good month. That's, yeah. Cash and investment report. So this reflects or should reflect where our assets are as of the end of the month. My apologies. There are 2 rows that are missing on here, and I didn't catch it until today. After stuff was posted to board docs and everything, and I'll talk about that here momentarily. So You could see total cash and investments reflects 17.7 million. The reality is there's $6 million missing out of that value, so it should be 23.7 million. Those $6 million, we did 2 sets of 91-day CDs back in mid-December, totaling $6 million. So 4.5 million were entered into on December 13th, I believe, 12th, about that time frame, and an additional 1.5 million was entered into a week later. I just didn't even dawn on me when I was putting this together to add those 2 new rows in. I do have it in for January of 2025 already, but because stuff was already posted, I just didn't have the ability to go back in and add that in and get that all updated. So just a note to everybody, we can include an additional $6 million in that total cash and investment value. And so if we did that, 23.7 as compared to the 32 million of a year ago. And again, reflecting back last year, we had about an additional $11 million in assets that was used as a payoff on our debt service funds to help explain that significant difference. And again, drawing the attention to the very bottom of the page, the approximate number of days of liquidity. If you recall, back in November, we were down to the margin with 5 days of cash to operate, and now we're up to 35. So we see how that number kind of changes as our cash, or as our revenues and expenses impact our fund balance, essentially. I'll pause and ask if there's any questions on that. Mr. Nichols.
So that change did not have any effect on the bottom line?
The $6 million in CDs
Okay.
Yeah, it would increase that total cash and investment number just in the current month because that was not entered into until mid-December, so it would not appear in the end of the prior month or in the previous year comparison. And it would not impact the cash liquidity values at the bottom. Well, I guess technically perhaps it could, but because it's a CD and we're locked into a 91-day maturity, I really don't consider that as current cash availability.
Thank you.
Yep. Any other questions therein? All right. Let me open up the revenue reports, and I'll continue to follow along in the financial activity, the narrative report. So general fund, Fund 10, had total revenues, again, $20,820,000 in change in the month of December. And if we look up the page a little bit, right in the middle is our state equalization aid, source 621. And you can see a state equalization aid payment of just under 18 million, 17.946 million received in the month of December, bringing our total aid to date from the state to 27.2 million. And in comparison, it was 14.3 million for the same month last year, 24.4 million for the same fiscal year to date a year ago. Note that the percentages for both are 40%, based upon the state's formula, how they pay out or disperse the equalization aid. It calls for 40% to be dispersed by that payment date in December, so they honored that commitment. Down a couple of rows, source 730, you'll see federal special project aid from the DPI, receipts of $2,434,000 and some change. That was the final grant claim reimbursement for our ESSER 3 grant, totaling just under 2.1 million. And then the balance is made up of the ARPA summer school reimbursements, essentially a kind of a component ESSER 3 grant funding that finally reimbursed us for our summer school costs that were eligible from summer of '24. So that's what totals that. And then just up above the equalization aid, there's a bilingual bicultural 618, almost $326,000 received. And it's important to note that a lot of these smaller aids, like the bilingual bicultural aid is, That's actually computed and distributed based on how much money we spent on bilingual, bicultural programming from a year ago in the 23-24 school year. And then on top of that, because the state allocation is not sufficient enough to fully fund that, then the DPI has to take the state allocation and prorate that against school districts that submit those eligible costs. In reality, I think we end up getting like 7 to 9% of our expenses reimbursed. So it's not significant, but it's helpful. So, any questions on Fund 10? Seeing none, we'll kind of jump down a little bit. A quick comment about Fund 27, our special education fund. State aid, state education, state aid, source 611, payment is $630,927. We receive that, I believe, 5 times a year, if memory serves me correctly. And you can see fiscal year to date, 1.2 million, so that must be payment number 2 of 5. 27% this year is compared to about 30% last year, but otherwise pretty much right on track. There was a little bit of miscellaneous income in 780. I didn't even highlight it, but you'll note it there, $16,801. That was a reimbursement of Medicaid school-based services that were provided by qualified eligible staff to students and then submitted for reimbursement. And then finally, we'll scroll down and talk about Fund 50. Just a quick comment there. Source 717, which is our federal food service aid reimbursements, receipts of $517,803. That was for reimbursement of meals served during the month of October. So we're trailing a little bit. You know, there's kind of a timing and a delay of how fast the district can get our claim reimbursements into the DPI, and then quite honestly, how fast they can then process everything and get it paid back to the district. So I would expect that we'll see some catch up over the next couple of months, hopefully, to kind of close that gap. If you look at fiscal year to date, we're just over $1 million in the current year. Last year, we were about 1.5 million. So we're kind of trailing a month of reimbursements by about a month. Is all. So hopefully we'll see that closed up here in the next couple of reports. Overall, food service fund, $539,000. Last year, same month, $546,000. So again, month-to-month basis, pretty much on track. But that fiscal year to date, 1.1 to 1.5 million, just trailing. Final big picture look at revenues. Totals again for the month, just over 22 million. 16 million, same month reporting last year, December of 23. Fiscal year to date, just over 35 million in the current school year. It was just over 31.6 million last year. So favorable there by about 4 percentage points. Questions on revenues? Hey. We'll try to move through some of the expenditures with the same degree of efficiency, hopefully. And if I'm not being efficient, just tell me. Fund 10. So we'll go to page 4 to look at the big picture initially. In the current month activity, $5,016,000 worth of expense. Looking at December of 23, it was 5.5, almost $5.6 million of expense. So we're almost $600,000 to the better. And then looking at fiscal year to date, 24.6 million this year. Last year it was 28.1 million. So again, that's a little bit better to the date for us as well. When we come back up to the top and take a look at salaries and benefits, our salaries and benefits totaled 76.7% of all expenses in the general fund in the month of December. So that's pretty typical is what we'd expect it to be. Our total salaries for the month, here we go, 2.6, almost $2.7 million compared to $3,125,000 for the same period last year. And you can see fiscal year to date, 12.1 to 13.5. So both of those are favorable given our current financial situations. Employee benefits, 1.1, almost 1.2 million in December, 1.2 million last year. So about $100,000 shy of where we were last year. 5.3 million in the current year, 6.1 million for the same fiscal year to date a year ago. Some of these differences between current and a year ago, because that's probably a question that you have going in your mind, is why are we so much below? Very likely related to staffing. You know, we have some vacant positions perhaps that aren't being filled and thus not incurring that expense. And then along those lines, in some instances, we have contracted out for certain staffing levels. They would not show up in the 100, 200 series, 100 salaries and benefits, salaries and wages, 200 in benefits. That expense would show up in the 300 series as a purchase service. So, and I think when we talk about that, you'll see some increases in purchase services, especially when we get into the special education fund. So just kind of trying to connect those dots for you, because I'd ask that question. Continuing down, purchase services in the general fund, just over $1 million, just under 1.1 million this year. Last year, 981,000. So again, about $100,000 variance. Looking at fiscal year to date, 6.2s compared to 6.7 million. Some of the difference in the Y, we're about $600,000 different there, is going to be found. Let me scroll back up. Where is that? 327 construction services. So in the current fiscal year, we have almost 1.4 million. At this point in time last year, it was almost 1.1 million. So about a $300,000 difference there. That was all related to that construction, the HVAC project work at Beloit Memorial High School. That project's been completed, and we'll kind of see that work itself out of the equation over the next year. Any questions on Fund 10 expenses? Hearing none. Fund 27. Again, if we look at the total expenses on page 6, I think it is. Oops, I went past it. There we go. 1.5 million in the month of December of 24. It was just over 1.3 million December of 23. Fiscal year to date, just under 5.5. Last year it was just over 5.5. But if we come back up, we'll see salaries, just over $700,000 to pay for our special education staff in the month of December. Was $815,000 last year. So obviously $115,000 or so difference there. When we look at benefits, $340,000 this year, $366,000 last year, so a $26,000 difference. You know, so now we're talking about $140,000. But when we get down to purchase services, you can see our purchase services in the month of December, $463,000 as compared to $160,000 last year. You can go up a couple of rows and you'll see this $370 educational services payments, $117,000 there, whereas there was none last year. And then if we scroll up a little bit more, pupil travel is also a big driver in special education fund, $248,000 in expenses paid during the month of December. Some of those expenses may cross more than 1 month, but that was only $123,000 for the same reporting month of a year ago. So just kind of commenting on some oddities, some observations on my end, but I'll pause and see if there's any questions for clarification. Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, is a big piece of that the students that we send over to the Richardson School?
That would be a component of it, yes. So any students that are placed outside of the school district for their educational programming are reported in that purchase services category. And that would be recorded as a 370 object code. So that would be part of that $117,000 this year. And again, if looking at that, we have $406,000 in expenses there in the current year, and last year it was just over 95. So,
Do you think are those students receiving services there because of the level of need, or because, so even if we were fully staffed in that department, it's still a need that we wouldn't typically be able to serve? Or if we were fully staffed, would that come in those students come back in and we would not have to purchase those services.
You're asking the wrong person, though I think I can answer the question. And I think because of the needs of those students is what's driving that external placement. If our staffing were better aligned to what our needs were, might there be the possibility for some of those students to be returned? Question mark, but I doubt it. Yeah.
I think she's got a comment.
Yeah, I'm sure she does. And I'm smart enough to stand out of the way.
Yep. Nope, they would not come back. Their level of need is so high that I don't allow anybody to have that conversation until we exhaust all of our resources here. And they've got to definitely prove that they've exhausted all of their resources here first. And the expense here becomes so great because sometimes it's a 2 staff to 1 student ratio, and the time and effort that we're putting in, it makes more sense to go there. There were 4 students there last year. There are 4 students there this year, so I'm not sure if that explains that.
Yeah, that would be a portion of it. And again, the other thing that's kind of reported in that category would be contracted specialists like OT, PT, speech and language, psychologists, thank you, yeah, are also included in that 370 payment line. Any other questions, special ed? Mr. Hankins?
Yeah, Melissa, could you just, without names, just give me us an example of the type of student that would be at Richardson that we couldn't accommodate? I know he mentioned PTOT, and but give me an example of a student that would be there that we couldn't accommodate, please.
I feel like this is kind of reaching confidentiality a little bit, but the question makes me a little bit uncomfortable because I feel like I'm breaching a little bit of confidentiality because there's only 4 students. However, every single student needs an adult with them at all times. These students elope the building, and Richardson has locked doors, so they cannot leave. There are students who are nonverbal. There are students who there's bodily fluids being, I don't feel very comfortable answering some of these questions without, it's very, very significant.
Thank you.
Real quick on expense, I think I was going to say the last item, but it's not quite. Food service fund, total expenses, $468,800 for the month. $447,000 of that was remittance to Chartwells for providing services in the month of November, if I recall correctly. So that's that. And again, you can see comparison. Last year it was $433,000, December of 23, fiscal year to date, 1.1 as compared to 1.6. And I do want to comment a little bit about Fund 73, our Employee Benefit Trust Fund. We don't talk about this often. However, there was activity in the month of December that's noteworthy. And while it shows up as an expense, you can see this expense, $53,822 and a penny. It's not really an expense. What it is, it's an unrealized loss on investments. And you can see that reflected there in source 998. So because the market value as of December 31st, 2024 was actually down, whatever was happening in the market and the investments of our assets, we took a loss of almost $54,000 in the month. So that's reflected there. I pointed out there are losses and gains that happen every month. Typically not as large, but because it is what it is, I just wanted to kind of point that out to the committee that was occurring. So when we look at total expenditures, again, just over $7 million in December of 24, just under 7.4 in December of 23, fiscal year to date, 32.2 this year, 36.5 last year. So I think all things there appear to be fairly appropriate. Any questions on the expenses? I want to talk about fund balance real quick before we jump to our next agenda item.
I do have, just,
Yeah.
I had noted this afternoon, and I apologize that I didn't have time to send you a note, but, so, how often does that happen, that we have a loss like that? And I guess the next question would be, let's say in the course of from September to now, how would we compare from where we started that, the school year till the end of December in that account? I guess my question, where I'm leading to is, would we be better off to move that to the?
If you've got the crystal ball.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
No,
right.
Yeah, I know it's an investment. If you don't invest, what
Right,
you
I mean,
can't
a
afford to
good
lose.
way to look at that Fund 73 assets, so half of that value is placed in a money market account at the bank, drawing 4-ish% interest. The other half of it is invested in some of these securities. And again, the best way to think about that would be any personal retirement savings that individuals have. At the end of the day, sometimes you make a little bit and sometimes you lose a little bit. Sometimes you make more and sometimes you lose more. It's a reflection of the snapshot on that date. But every month there are either unrealized gains that show up in the revenues, and quite honestly, because they're just so small, we don't talk about them. And sometimes we have months where, unfortunately, at the end of the month, the market wasn't doing so well, and then that loss is just a little bit larger. Yeah, in the grand scheme of things, I sit here and I wonder to myself, all the liabilities are gone in Fund 73, so now we just have assets. The assets sitting in the money market account at the bank, that's fine. These that are in the market, should they be still? Should we move them out of the market into a more cash stable investment? That way we don't lose our principal or our current asset value. But at the same token, if we do that and the market continues to grow, then we also lose out on that investment opportunity. So Walmart doesn't have the crystal ball. Maybe I should check Amazon. So just commentary on that. Yeah.
No, I appreciate that. I understand that, and from my personal stuff, and was just curious, and I wanted to see what the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Totally right there with you, because the same things have been crossing my mind too. Should we pull it out and put it in something a little more stable? But then if it grows,
Got it.
yeah.
Thank you.
You bet. Any other questions on the monthly financials? Hearing none, I think there's a motion that was included in the board docs for your consideration.
Yeah, we don't have, if there's no questions, I would entertain a motion to move this to the full board.
I do have a question. Were you going to touch on the fund balance?
Oh, my bad. Yeah, thank you. Totally was, and I forgot to. Yeah, so here's our fund balance so at the beginning of this current fiscal year, back to July 1st, we had a fund balance of $10.493 million. At the beginning of December, our fund balance was down to just under $2.3 million. And then we got that large state equalization aid. We had all those revenues, the inflows coming in exceeding our outflows. So our fund balance at the end of December grows to just under $18.1 million. And again, the two columns to the right there present the same snapshot points in times from 23-24. So December open, 2.3 million this year. December open last year at 2.7. December closed at just under 18.1 million this year. December closed at just over 11.9 million last year. So again, December is just one of those months because of the amount of state aid that we receive. That's the one of the few months that we end up on the positive side. Thank you for the reminder on that. Apologies for missing that.
Any other questions on the financials? I'd entertain a motion to move that to the full board.
So moved. Second.
I have a first and a second. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. That carries. All right, thank you, Mr. Chady. We'll move on to item 3A, outstanding checks.
Yeah, just a verbal mention, if nothing else. So as the business office has been adjusting to our new staffing arrangements and some revised assignments, we've had the opportunity to kind of look at things a little bit differently. And as part of that, looking at things a little bit differently, we've identified that we have some outstanding checks that are rather old. So we're going to begin efforts to try to work through some of that issues. And just to kind of call it out, we've got 119 outstanding checks that were dated between August 13, 2014 through December 27th of 2023. And the check amounts vary from 50 cents, not mistyped, it's in there appropriately, 50 cents, somebody wrote a check for 50 cents, to $2,000. $2,000 was the largest. We happen to know who the $2,000 check is for. Quite honestly, I was expecting to see the individual today. Haven't yet, but maybe will yet today. So the total value of those 119 checks is just under $7,500. So we've noticed it. The auditor, we've spoken with our auditors a little bit about it as well. They've provided us with some guidance. Of course, one of the guidances, Mr. Anderson, you're probably familiar with this, is the unclaimed property process through the Wisconsin Department of Revenue. It's rather prescriptive. However, we can only remit outstanding or stale items that are 5 years old or more to the state. So anything newer than 5 years, we have to continue efforts, and that's really important, is that the DPI still requires the current holder of those funds, in this case the school district, to make efforts to reunite the monies with the people that it is due to. So that's the part, quite honestly, that has not been occurring in the district. Beloit is not alone in this issue. We had similar issues when I was in Marshall, and we put a process in place to try to reach out and contact the rightful owners of the outstanding property. And in that communications in Marshall, what we did is we provided the individual with three options. One, reissue the payment to them. They just had to give us a current mailing address or bank information so we could ACH direct deposit it. You do that, you don't have outstanding checks to begin with. Two, we gave them the opportunity to direct the amount owed to another student within the district, to support another student, food service, school fees, whatever. But the owner had to identify the name of the student that it went to. So maybe a neighbor moved away, you know, we owe them $13, and they're like, does Johnny Smith still go to school in Beloit? Yeah, we'll just give Johnny the $13. So we had, in Marshall, we had some people do that. And in Marshall, it may not work quite as well in Beloit because our meals are served free. In Marshall, they were not. But owners of outstanding checks had the ability to donate to an angel or a gift fund to help offset breakfast and lunch costs for students that needed that financial support. But again, here in Beloit, it's not really applicable because all of our students are eligible for free meals to begin with. So we'll be making similar efforts to reach out to these 119 or so individuals, just trying to clean up the books, so to speak. So just an oddity, just to point it out. Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, so obviously you got to follow DPI rules and try to contact them. That's fine. But I think if it helps you, you might want to consider, just stopping those and go ahead and clearing your books. You can still have from a ledger standpoint, know that you owe them and make contacts, because let's see, if you call someone and you go to they say, oh yeah, I got it. It's been sitting at my desk for a year or for
Right.
10 years for one of them, right? If they present that to the bank, it's quite likely the bank's not going to honor it.
You would expect, however, I would also say that so many of the deposits today aren't physically presented, they're done electronically, and
And it could be returned. Like you take a picture with your phone, right?
yeah.
If someone presents a 10-year-old check, that bank, I would say they would, but
Yeah.
it's possible. And then you've got an
Yep.
unpleasant experience, right? So, I mean, I would say my recommendation would be to to stop those items. You still want to follow the DPI's rules, get it to the rightful owner. When you identify it and they do want to check, you're going to issue a new check anyway.
Yep.
Just a recommendation.
Yeah, a thought worth merit. The district incurs a stop payment fee on certain disbursements by the bank. So, if we're going to be charged a $20 or $25 stop payment fee on a $8 check. So things that we have to think through. Been down the road before, and we'll figure it out. We'll try to start getting some of this cleared up. I doubt that we'll have it cleared up by the end of June, but we will certainly make efforts to get the 119, 117, whatever it is, perhaps down in the 60s, so, yeah.
I think we got one more, Mr. Hankins?
Yes, Mr. Chady, I know there's several outstanding. I see staff reductions, but then I hear students. So most of these checks, I know there's a myriad of checks that are out there. Are a lot of the checks to students or from teachers that haven't? I know there's plenty, but if you put a number on it.
I would think that the majority of the checks would be to adults and or vendors and very few to actual students.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean that they're not
Right.
there. We haven't really dug into who that 117 or 19, who those people are. Some of them, just screening through the list, were easily recognizable to me. Some of them are vendors. A couple of them are individuals. Some of them are actually district employees. But again, going to direct deposit helps alleviate this issue.
Right.
Yeah.
The big one, when was that issued, date-wise?
I don't have it in front of me. The $2,000 one, I would say within the past 4 to 6 years, I believe.
Okay.
But again, it's one check to one individual, $2,000, and I know that individual. So
You can sign it over.
kind of figure that maybe I'd see that person today and I just haven't bumped into them yet. But
Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
we'll address that one and get that one taken care of quickly.
Okay, anything else to add on outstanding checks? Any other questions? Anything? All right, that's just informational only, so we'll move on to item 3B, real property items. Mr. Chady.
Yeah, so there's really 3 items to discuss with the committee today. Board policy gives this body the authority to speak about and to make decisions with regards to selling and/or purchasing or acquiring district land. I want to go back to McNeil and Wright. I believe, and you can correct me if I'm incorrect, but I believe we're at the place where it is likely in the district's best interest to market those properties for sale. That should not be interpreted as we are willing to sell if the price isn't right? I mean, it would provide us the opportunity for interested parties to tender an offer to the district in the school board for consideration, and then for the board to look at it and say, I'm not quite so sure. Personally, I think we're probably good with selling in McNeil. Wright, myself, I would tend to think that we might be in the best interest to hold that property for a little bit yet. But again, there's no harm in listing it. We can get it listed, we can get a for sale sign up in front of it, and then offers will either come or they won't come. And during that period of time, we can consider what other potential best uses there are for those properties. So along those lines, our operations facility, which is just a couple of doors down here on 4th Street, is a property that I think it would be ideal or wise for the district to market for lease, not for sale. I think it makes sense for the district to retain that property with regards to any potential long-range vision of the 4th Street corridor here. However, we have very few staff that work in that building. There's plenty of space available in other facilities to move those individuals to. So if we can find somebody that is interested in leasing that for a short-term, medium-term time frame, and thus generate income on that, I think that's in the district's best interest as well. There is one other piece of district-owned property further down 4th Street that we'll talk about with number 3 with regards to what we may choose to do with that. But so currently, the recommendation is that we strive to lease McNeil and Wright for sale, and that we market the operations facility for lease. Ideally, I'd like to see if there's a way that we can bring Caldwell Banker and Century 21 both to the table with regards to those facilities. I'm not sure how that works out, brokering a property, but I think there's validity in having both parties trying to help us, so we'll try to explore that with them and see where we go. My intention will be, so long as the committee says go forth, would be to reach out to the real estate brokers tomorrow to arrange an opportunity to meet with them to discuss the desires, the interests, for them to submit proposals, and then to bring those proposals back to this committee on March 4th, if not before. I think it's probably in the district's best interest to get signs up in front of those properties sooner than later. So.
Yes, sir. Mr. Nichols.
Well, I would wholeheartedly agree. I just have a couple questions. So what is the footprint of the operations facility, the lot, and then the building itself? Do you know that by any chance? So, Tommy or?
Acres?
Acres, acre, half acre, quarter acre, and then what's the square footage of the building?
I can pull that up for you, Mr. Nichols.
Yeah.
I know I should know that back of my hand.
No.
Mr. Nichols, I think that's 1.29 acres. Yeah, total property there for on 4th Street.
Yeah, I've got acres rounded at 1, square footage of the building, 2,623, approximate year built, question mark. Condition report from EUA Findorf rated it at a 3.23 on a 5-point scale. I do recall that roofing was an issue at ops. Because it's not student focused, it was low priority for the district. But if we were to go about leasing it, then that may require us to do some roofing improvements there in order to protect the leasee, leaseor, whatever it is. Yeah. 2,623,
23?
I think, is what I found in one of my sheets. Yeah.
And did you say, was it 1 acre?
No.
Just over 1 acre, yeah.
Although, as I'm looking at this map, I think that, is that 1.29, is that that's the Burger King facility, and then ours is on the other side.
Other side of
So that's
Lemon Green Creek, correct.
0.56 acres.
Okay, so rounded up to
I-
1,
Yeah.
yeah.
Any other comments or anything? I would just say I agree. I think there's no harm in listing for sale. I'd say good luck if you can get 2 brokers to do the work for one
Right.
commission.
Right.
If you can do that,
Yep,
that'd be awesome. And I think finding, that's how you're going to find the value. Something's worth what someone's willing to pay, right? So.
Right. I mean, we've got the appraisals, so we may need to come back before the committee or the full board with regards to the asking price to establish for sale. I don't know that that's my decision as much as it's your decision, to be honest with you. So, but that, again, we'll try to work through this over the next 4 or 6 weeks. The sooner we can get those signs up, the better. Selling those properties for the public's benefit, selling those properties doesn't solve our financial situations. If and when we sell those properties, there's really 2 options that you can do with the funds. One, you can bring those funds into your general fund and they can help provide revenues in that fiscal year alone. Or 2, you can deposit those funds into a capital improvement trust fund to help maintain assets, other facility improvements down the road. Thinking parking lot improvements, roof improvements, et cetera, with our other schools. That seems to make the most sense to me, but again, that won't be, I'll give you my guidance, but it won't be my decision to make, so.
Sure. Mr. Hankins?
Yes, thanks for that work, and I also, I've known I'm not on the committee, I really think that's a wonderful idea. I agree with Brian that, and you, Mr. Chady, it does not hurt to ask. A couple other comments. Along with selling real property, another real good benefit is, not so much the getting price, which is nice, but we're going to stop the expense of maintaining those buildings. And I know from discussions with you and Mr. Bricko,
Correct.
whatever it is, 50, 60,000, it's still a savings. So
There's still
it's a
some
double
utility,
savings.
right, well, we still have utility expenses.
Right.
For those, we still have maintenance of
Yep.
mowing the grass, clearing
Yep.
the
So
snow. I'm
that's
not sure
it's a
that.
benefit if we just, it's a benefit to unload it. And I would just like to make a comment on the operations center, and I've had discussions with Tommy, and you probably, Mr. Chady, but, go back 6 months ago when the settling with CCI and on the other property and the burn property, and the need came up about parking. And I know it's part of what you're talking about. The operations center, as it sits, could be parking, like for a football game for disabled people. And I know there's a big sign there, you can't, and we'll tell you away, but there's nobody in that parking lot as it sits now. And as a temporary, stopgap, to open that up and let people park there. Not overnight, but,
Yeah, no, good thought. That parking lot is not in good shape, would not meet ADA requirements from a handicap accessibility, and would pose more challenges than it would solutions. However, that too is a potential solution. We could raise the operations center and expand parking there, put in a new parking lot, and that would even situate, for handicap accessibility for Jacobson Field better. Yes.
exactly where I was going. But,
Yep.
first we got to figure out how much if somebody's going to lease it or buy it. So,
Right on.
good thought. Thank you.
Yep.
So I think we have a consensus. Does that give you what you need to?
I believe so. It sounds like carry on, that we're marching in the right direction, and it doesn't hurt for us to do that. And it just positions the district and the board in a better position as we await offers. And when the offers come, then you've got to decide, is that worth it to sell it at that value? So,
Perfect.
okay, good deal. Number two, we received a letter from the Wisconsin Department of Transportation with regards to a parcel of surplus land that the DOT owns over by I-39. It's on Collie Road. The letter was included in the packet. Perhaps more importantly was this map that I grabbed off of MapQuest, I think, and kind of highlighted that parcel. So it's bordered to the west and north by Collie Road. To the east and the south by I-3990, composes just under 6 acres, relatively flat, not much elevation change. I've driven out there. I didn't walk it, but I drove past it and looked at it and paused, and I just don't really see much immediate need for it from the district's perspective. So again, I would think that it would be an offer that we would just let pass us by, but again, not really my decision to make, it's the committee's decision to make, so.
I got one question for you. So again, not that I want the school district to get into speculative real estate and owning properties, but maybe, do you know what price we would get that at?
I don't, yeah, that's the great question, right? So I think the letter says something about if you have interest, we got to write them back and let them know, and we have to kind of share with them, what our intended use of it might be. It doesn't really say or doesn't speak to, could we get it for $10? I don't know, maybe, I don't know. Or, might there be an appraisal on it and it's at whatever value and.
So maybe if you're making phone calls tomorrow with Caldwell and Century 21, ask them what they think. Now, the only reason I say it or even entertain it is it's a stone's throw now from the casino, right? And
Right.
And I don't think there's any value to the district, but if there's value there, it wouldn't hurt us at the right price to buy it and hold it
If we could.
for a year and a half, right?
Right, if we could. So recently, we had to do a notice of federal interest at Beloit Memorial High School. And that basically said, because we spent more than $1 million in facility improvements using federal funds there, the federal government now has an interest in that facility. So that if the district were ever to say, we want to sell the high school, the federal government would essentially say, that's fine, but we'll take our $1 million back. So my guess would be that, and we can inquire with the DOT about this, could we buy it for $100 and then in 5 years sell it for $15,000 because there's retail development out there and they like that location, DOT may say, fine, but we want our $100 back. And in this case, we'd say, gladly, here you go. Yeah, I can make a phone call and have that discussion with them just to see how that process actually works out. And, if we don't end up using it per se, and it's just, yeah,
Okay.
can do.
Mr. Hankins?
Mr. Chady, I know that as I read that and just perused it, did the city get the same offer? Is the city interested? Do we know that, or are we?
The city, yeah, I believe all municipalities in the area would have received that, probably including the the Clinton Community School District.
Right.
They likely received it. The town of Beloit likely received it. The city likely, Rock County probably as well.
Okay.
Yeah, how far they cast that net, I don't know.
And there's no way to know if they have interest or not, so we're no way we're going to get in a bidding war to something we're probably not going to do anyway.
Right. But it's worth a phone call. Yep, we can do that.
Mr. Chady, just due to time, the next conversation with the Burger King space.
Yep.
Let me just jump in real quick and just share that that's something that we ventured into looking into. There's some conversations that we are yet to still have with the company. I don't think right now BK is interested in our possibilities there due to the fact that they're a little further down the road. That doesn't mean that we can't think about the south end. Well, I don't want to say the wrong direction here.
Nope, you got it right.
We got the south end. Yeah, we got the south end of right across from Taco John, of us looking at the possibilities of us selling that piece of land as well. Maybe in this package of opportunities with Caldwell Banker and said real estate agents, we could look into the possibility of that also being something that we could look into possibly selling. Now that is very close to our high school. Initially with Mr. Chady and when we discussed all of this, I was in the middle around should we list that space. I can tell you we don't currently use it for anything, but it is still our land. It wouldn't hurt for us to see, what interest we possibly will have in that space down the road. Currently, we do still cut the grass and, of course, I would say cut the grass and mow the lawn, but it's the same thing. We still, of course, upkeep that area. So that is what we were thinking with that. There's no need for additional discussions with BK at the current time, but we will look into possibilities of having a conversation with our bankers. And I do want to spend a little bit more time in the next conversation, and we do have about 7 minutes to do so.
All right, if you're in agreement, then we'll move on to item 3C, the January pupil count.
Thank you. So the January pupil count, one of the things that we wanted to just make sure that everyone was aware of is we're currently always looking into this conversation. And I want to thank the entire team who had a lot to do with this. I don't want to, we've shared this information with you all for your review. I want to just touch on just a few of the opportunities in the pupil count report. One, our overall head count, we always say people who are in the district, we are down about 8 students from last year, September, to where we are currently. That is something that we, not necessarily are proud about, but it is something that we can just definitely say that from last year, September, third Friday count to where we are now, we're just down 8 students. Overall, though, from a overall resident count, we're down 49 students from September to where we are currently. Now, the resident students, from a district perspective, those students, we have to, of course, identify where they are, where they're not, if they go to a different school. But the bottom line is, they're not with us, and so that is a different space that we would need to, keep looking into as this year goes on. It is real hard, though, to, I just want to be honest with you. There's a lot of transient families here in the school district of Pupil. There's a lot of people that move around a lot, and so sometimes when our students come to us or move away from us, we don't always get that ready on time information. And so we are, of course, looking to, rectify that as quickly as we possibly can, because we do want to be able to count all of our students who are either with us or want to come back to us or are no longer with us. I know it's a tongue tie there. All this money does impact revenues, as Mr. Chady will probably indicate. But again, people who are currently in our district, we are currently 8 students down from September to now. Overall, resident students, again, students who reside in our district and can possibly come to our school, we're down 49 students. Again, those are 2 of the major snapshots in this, and I'll turn it back over to Mr. Chady. I just wanted to make sure I just touched that before our time gets real close.
Yeah, thank you, and I'll try to move quickly through this as well. So the pupil count process happens twice a year, as required by the DPI on the 3rd Friday of September, and then again on the 2nd Friday of January. Here's the steps of the process: step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll walk through those. We'll also take a look at the comparison to the September pupil count data, and actually you'll see that throughout each of the slides. And then lastly, well, actually not lastly, there's the reconciling student changes that occurred between the count dates, and we'll talk about that. I missed a bullet on here, and that's the lastly component, and that's where we actually calculate the membership, the FTE membership, but that gets a little bit more complicated. So step 1 of the process is the head count of eligible students, and you can see a column here that says physically present. So those were students that were in class on January 10th of 2025. The absent column reflects students that were absent on January 10th. However, they attended prior to and or after the count date and thus are eligible to be counted. So those are absent but countable students is what that is. So the DPI has a number of different categories over here on the left. There's preschool special education. So those are basically students less than 3 years of age or 3 years or younger that are receiving specialized services. Then we operate this 4-year-old kindergarten at 524.5 hours. So the values are reflected there. 5-year-old kindergarten, full 5 days, values are reflected in that row. So we talk about those 3, and then the DPI just kind of lumps everybody else together in one big pot and says, okay, now just tell us about all your grades 1 through 12 students. So it's not by grade, it's just all grades. So you can see that reflected there as well. Over here on the right-hand side, you see the comparison. So on the left is January's pupil count. On the right is the September pupil count. So you'll note that preschool special education had an increase of 22 students from 26 in September to 48 in January. That type of growth during this school year is pretty typical, to be honest with you. 4-year-old kindergarten, a reduction of 1 from 293 to 292, a gain of 2 5-year-old kindergarten from 359 to 361, and then a loss of 31 students in grades 1 through 12. It was 4276 in September, 4245 here in January. So overall loss of 8 students in our head count. Step 2 then is to identify and deduct out, to remove those students that are open enrolled into the school district of Beloit. The Wisconsin DPI Opal system assists us in doing that. And we had 108 students open enrolled into the district, so essentially non-resident students attending, along with 1 individual paying tuition to take part in, I think, 1, maybe 2 courses at Beloit Memorial High School. This individual is an Illinois resident that's paying us tuition to take part in some of our programming that they have interest in. So in total, we deduct out 109 students from the head count because they're not our resident students, And again, a comparison to last year was 110. I'm sorry, comparison to September, it was 110. Step 3, very seldom does this occur in districts, but DPI has us record if we have any resident students that are attending a part-time homeschool program and then participating in our programming, or part-time private school program at the grades 1 through 12 level and participating, or were outside of the age eligibility, none of which we had in September, and again, none of which we had in January. In step 4 is where we identify school district of Beloit resident students that are attending through the open enrollment program, so they are attending a public school system elsewhere in Wisconsin. And through open enrollment, we identified 873 students, with 2 students doing a tuition waiver, so a total of 875 students in January were actively open enrolled into another school district. In September, that value was 917, so a difference of 42. The great question would be, where did those kids go? We don't know, because they weren't attending the school district of Beloit to begin with. So they were, they're Beloit residents that may have been open enrolled to Janesville as an example, or Clinton, or wherever, but they are no longer actively participating in that open enrolled district's programming, nor are they open enrolled to another public school district in the state of Wisconsin. Could they have moved? Yes, could have, and we just don't know. Could they just be truant and no longer attending? That could be a possibility too. We don't know, but just kind of pointing out that, while you'll see a large value reduction here in a couple of slides, maybe even the next slide, the lion's share of that happens to be in that open enrollment out category. So summarizing the data then, we take our starting count, 4946. We have to subtract out the open enrolled in students of 109, subtract out resident reductions of 0, add in the 875 students that are actively open enrolled out, and we end up with 5,712 resident students within the district. And you can see a comparison to the September pupil count. Here's the January column, 5712, September column, 5761, so a decrease of 49. But again, what was that number? 42 of those, 42 of those 49 were in that open enrolled out category. And then a couple of last comments. Dr. Garrison talked a lot about the student movement that occurs during the count dates, and people are just blind because you don't see it, you don't know or expect it to happen. But between September 20th and January 10th, the district had over 430 different students moving into or out of the district. So that's a lot of turnover and flow as families come into the district or as families depart the district. And included in that were those 42 students that, were previously open enrolled out of the district, and we just are uncertain as to where they don't appear to be attending public schools within the state of Wisconsin currently. The only other component that I missed on this was, so often we talk about enrollment, which is the number of students we have enrolled in the district and are educating in our schools. We have the pupil count, which helps identify how many students reside in the district. And then we take that pupil count and we put it through a couple of formulas, and we end up with our FTE membership. And that the membership factors are our early childhood special ed students, we can count at 0.5. Our 4K students, we can count at 0.6, and everybody else we count at 1.0 FTE. Thought about that last night. I was crawling into bed, and again, it already posted. I wasn't going to go back and change the presentation, but just to orally speak to it. A lot of information. Any questions? Sorry for running long this evening.
Any questions from committee members?
Real
Mr.
quick,
Nichols.
so do you know what the current membership is?
I'm sorry, no, I did not
okay.
calculate the membership.
Okay.
I'll try to do that here during the meeting.
Thanks.
Sure.
All right, any other questions? All right, thank you, Mr. Chady. We appreciate that. We'll hear those numbers again updated at the end of the year, I think, and we'll move on. Our next meeting date for this committee is Tuesday, March 7th at 5 p.m.
I think that's the 4th.
Tuesday, March 4th. Is that Tuesday's the 4th?
I think.
I'll trust your calendaring. I'll go with Tuesday, March 4th. Okay, let's go with the 4th. And I would look for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. And opposed? We are adjourned. We'll give a quick 5-minute recess, so the full business meeting will start approximately 6:10.
We'll get started in 1 minute. Good evening. It is 6:10. I would like to call tonight's meeting to order. Mrs. Shope, may we get a roll call, please?
Yes. Megan Miller,
Present?
Tom Hankins,
Here.
Brian Anderson,
Here?
Brian Nichols,
Here.
Amy Levy,
Here.
Craig Schneider,
Present.
and Tia Johnson.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you. For tonight's Pledge of Allegiance, we have Sinem Bertling, the assistant principal, here with us, and a student from Aldridge Middle School. If they would come up and introduce your student. Oh, okay, that's fine.
I would like to introduce Madeline Landman, who used to be an Aldridge student, currently a senior at Beloit Memorial High School, and she's going to do the pledge for us.
Oh, okay. Madeline, would you turn the microphone on and repeat your name so that I can get that written down for us?
Thank you so much. My name is Madeline Lannon, and I am a senior at Beloit Memorial.
Okay, and before we move on, Dr. Garrison just reminded me, I forgot an approval of the agenda, so can I get an approval of the agenda?
I move to approve the agenda minus item 7D. It's my understanding those minutes were adjusted today to give board members a chance to review those. And also item 9C, there are no closed minutes attached for us to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Mrs. Shope, did you get that motion? I did. Thank you. Okay, Madeline, please proceed.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic with which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madeline, I would just like to say thank you so much. I appreciate your courage and your willingness to represent not just Aldridge, but BMHS and the school district of Beloit. We are really proud of that kind of energy and enthusiasm. Next up is the board president's report. Thank you, everyone, for joining us tonight. Board members, cabinet members, staff members, community members, and everyone online. On Tuesday, January 28th, I attended the Wisconsin Public Education Network virtual session for school board candidate connections. This session provided information on how to be connected to the statewide community education community, to learn more about the Wisconsin public school funding and how school board members can advocate for policies that support students. On January 29th, I attended the Beloit Civic Academy at the Beloit Public Library. Brad Bohl, the Turner School District Director of Business, gave the presentation. He gave an overview of funding since Act 10 and the disparity in current actual dollars funded in relation to the real cost of considering inflation. Also discussed was the impact of open enrollment and student demographics on some districts' ability to maintain financial stability. Later that day, I attended our ad hoc committee meeting, followed by the Wisconsin Public Education Network Legislative Action Briefing. Assessments, accountability, and adequacy were discussed. Board members and I attended the 2025 Wisconsin Education Convention in January. We will hear more about this later this evening. However, I do want to go into a bit of detail pertaining to the first session I attended at the convention, Mastering Publicly Reported Data for School Board Members. In this session, the presenters discussed some of the changes in the DPI report card, how to use the data from the report card to highlight the district's successes, and to address areas of concern. The session included a brief tutorial on how to navigate DPI's WISE-public portal. This session was well attended, and while it was very informative, it was obvious many participants had a general sense of frustration regarding the usability of this year's report card data. This presentation piqued my curiosity because there were some data points in our report card for which I had questions and concerns. Some of my specific questions were answered by presenters. For others, they did not have an explanation. For further clarification, last week I spoke to the DPI Office of Education Accountability. Some scores on the report card have been adjusted to better represent accuracy for us to use reliably, and others are not usable. The achievement scores are one example where the DPI OEA, the Office of Education Accountability, consultant suggested I look for other data to use. What caught my attention was the same number for 2 consecutive years for the ELA achievement and the target group outcomes achievement scores, which were also the same as the previous year. The odds of that happening are phenomenal. The OEA consultant explained that with the changes, the higher number of the 2 years, 2023, 2022 and 23, and 23-24, the higher of the 2 numbers was used. He further explained that we cannot interpret this to indicate a regression in this area, merely just the adjustments to the forward tests and the redistribution of achievement scores could not provide year-to-year comparisons. What we can state with confidence is that the school district of Beloit overall has had an overall improvement in our growth score. This is commendable to all staff, students, and families who have made the effort to make this a success story to be shared. However, we cannot rest on our growth in growth score alone. The district must take action to have significant improvement in our achievement scores. Recently, the National Assessment of Educational Progress, NAEP, released its annual report. Unfortunately, Wisconsin is not faring well as we once did in the area of education. For example, only 31% of Wisconsin students are proficient in reading. In an article in MKE Education News and Views titled NAP Results Reveal Stark Reality for Milwaukee Students, author Colston Morgan Jr. states, James Baldwin's wisdom once again fits. Not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it is faced. The statewide results are sobering, and the results in Milwaukee are a 5-alarm fire that we must face head-on. This statement must be taken with all due importance, objectivity, and care for our students and the future of our community. Although the author is talking about Milwaukee Public Schools, they outperformed the school district of Beloit in most achievement areas, which those current scores can be compared district to district with reliability. To simplify the situation in terms of not being able to use our achievement scores year after year, I'd like to use a medical analogy. Say, for example, I have had high blood pressure for many years. The blood pressure that is what is being measured and scored and tracked. It can be tracked and compared year after year. It represents a factor in my overall health, and if not treated, could cause greater damage to my overall health. Let's say this year my doctor, for whatever reason, changed how my blood pressure was measured and what scores indicated low, normal, or high blood pressure. If my blood pressure were actually worse this year than last year, I would want to know this so we could start looking at diagnosing the symptoms, causes, and potential treatments. If my doctor were to say, well, I want to use the higher of the two scores because we've made these recalibrations, I would consider that a lapse of judgment and potentially harmful to not know the true status of my health. The board and administrators have to know the true health of our district. In order to remove the obstacles and barriers preventing us from moving out of the bottom 3% in the state, we have to make sound decisions based on reliable information. Friends, colleagues, in closing, I encourage you to look at other data sources that were not changed, such as the ACT scores. And please remember that we all care deeply about our schools and want every student and staff member to succeed. These next couple of months may be emotionally charged for some. Please, board members, staff, students, be truthful, be kind, be respectful, be open to hearing opinions different from your own, and choose your actions and words as if our students are watching and listening. This concludes my report. Thank you. Next up, we have upcoming events and announcements. Board Clerk Tom Hankins.
Thank you, Board President Johnson. Good evening. The announcement for Tuesday, February 4th include a Martin Luther King Jr. Black History Celebration at Converse beginning at 1:30 p.m. on Friday, February 7th. Monday, February 10th, there will be no school due to a staff professional learning day. High school parent-teacher conferences are being held on Thursday, February 13th from 5 to 7. If you're looking for some music entertainment, Aldridge is having a winter band concert on Monday, February 17th from 7 to 8 p.m. And Fruzen's band concert is the following night, Tuesday, February 18th, beginning at 7 p.m. as well. Our future board meeting dates include Policy Committee meeting tomorrow night, February 5th at 5:30 here. Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services Committee meeting at 5 p.m., followed by the regular board meeting at 6 p.m. on Tuesday, February 18th. Thank you, and this ends the announcements for tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Hankins. And if I'm not mistaken, is there an ad hoc committee meeting on Wednesday? Okay, that is at 5 p.m. for anyone who's interested.
Thank you for that.
Yeah. Next up, we have recognitions.
I'm so sorry, Board President Johnson. My hand is raised.
Oh,
May I
I'm
ask
sorry, I did not see that.
No problem at all. Are we meeting on Thursday? I know that there was a doodle poll, but I wasn't.
So we are meeting on Thursday. That agenda will be posted tomorrow. The doodle poll did indicate that we would have a quorum.
And that's Thursday, 5 to 6.
That's Thursday, 5 to 6:30.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Levy.
Board President Nichols, do you have a question?
No?
Oh, I just saw your microphone's on.
Oh.
So let's turn mine off. Okay, so I am really excited tonight. Our first recognition is Raul Sanchez Martinez, and we have Christy Champion here, the Advanced Learner Specialist, to help us with this recognition, and we even have some visual aids tonight. While they come to the podium, I'll give a little background information on Raul and why we are giving this participation for his efforts in the South Lakes Anthology Artwork Competition. Beloit had 9 entries in this year's anthology publication. Fruzen had 5 entries. Aldridge and Hackett had 2 entries each. In order to be published on the front or back cover of the anthology, a student has to receive a perfect score on the rubric and be recommended for cover art by the judges. 37 participating districts voted, and for the second year in a row, Raul Sanchez Martinez received the most votes to have his artwork published on the front cover of the anthology. One of his other entries received the second most votes, so he will also have his artwork on the back cover of the anthology. Very impressive. Mrs. Champion.
Thank you. So we had Raul bring his cover from last year's anthology. So this is the first time in the 17 years I've been in the district that we've ever had a student on the front cover. And he said when I presented in the classroom that he was going to end up on the front cover again. I didn't think it was going to happen. When they made the announcement, they said not only is the artist from last year on the front cover again with his piece, The Planets, he also was selected for the back cover. And he had one other piece that was also selected for publication. So congratulations, Raul. There you go. Get a picture for your mom. Thank you.
Raul, I would just like to say I am so impressed with your artwork. Being a science and art major myself, I love that you are blending scientific ideas with your art. That is so impressive. I'm looking forward to seeing what you do in the future, and congratulations on your job, your success now. Thank you.
Let me just say this. So I was actually in school on Friday and was walking the hallways, and I was actually about to leave out of Fruzen, and Mrs. Champion walked up to me and mentioned that, we got a student that has some wonderful artwork, and I was like, of course we do, right? And I'm thinking, of course, all of our kids are just great with everything they do. And then she went on to share with me, of course, the wonderful conversation around your artwork. And so then that just captured me, right? And so I told Mrs. Champion, I was like, be careful when you say something to the superintendent, because then I'm gonna put a task to it, right? And so right away I was like, we got to get this, conversation in front of everybody. And so again, congratulations on your artwork. And I'm an art fan as well, as Mrs. Johnson, and probably many people on the board as well. I love your art; it's beautiful. And then again, to all great artists, of course, there's parents that help usher that conversation, right? And so thank you for the wonderful art that your son created. So thank you.
Our next recognition is of grant recipients. Many grants are received in the district. At this meeting, we will recognize the recipients of the Community Enrichment Grants. We want to thank them for all the hard work that it takes to write for grants. These grants are for our students and help support the district where other funding does not. And tonight, our grants received include, and I understand not everyone could be here tonight, but I'm going to read everyone's name and the award. $2,000 to the School District of Beloit Choir Collaboration, Kristen Valentin from Beloit Memorial High School. $3,750 to 5th grade ukulele program, Tiffany Kenser at Merrill Elementary. $490 to the Wellness Room and Calming Space for Students, Abby Baxter at Gaston. $500 addressing sensory needs for all, Shanae Woodward at Hackett. $310 for social emotional learning superhero student project, Amy Langer at Converse. And $600 special education outdoor field trip learning explorations, Regina McAllister at Merrill. Nice job, and thank you, everyone. Next on the agenda is the public comment. Mrs. Shope, do we have any public comments for tonight?
I do not have any public comments in the room, nor did I have any emails.
Okay, thank you. Reports to the board. The superintendent report. Dr. Garrison.
Sure. So good evening, School District Beloit and Beloit Board of Education, and of course the broader community. I want to start off with a student story in relationship to a doubleheader game that I attended at Elkhorn last Friday. It was a boys and girls doubleheader game, basketball game. A parent came up to me and stated, I want you to know you all have wonderful students, and I appreciate how this place is packed, okay? Additionally, she stated that a student of ours who is in our band asked the pep band director, could she play with the pep band, okay? And of course, the pep band director stated to her, of course, yes, you can play with our band. So the student went on out, grabbed her instrument, came inside, and played with the pep band at Elkhorn. Now, I know she wasn't torn who she was rooting for, but she wanted to play and came and played, and they allowed that to happen. But what's bigger to me is just that story about our students. Okay, that's a story about our students. I've never heard a story like that before, personally. Maybe you have. I know when I was in the band, I played the saxophone as well, and this young lady was a saxophonist as well. And at halftime, I wanted to still play in the marching band because I'm from the South. And my coaches used to tell me that you couldn't do that. Until one time I asked them, I said, well, if we're not really talking about anything in the locker room, why can't I just go outside and go ahead and play? And he sat back and he said, go ahead and do that. I was sharing that story because my voice of me asking could I do that was heard. And this was the same conversation for this young lady, her voice of asking. And that took some, that took some pride. And her ability to say, I want to play my instrument. And I don't care where I'm at, I just want to play my instrument. That was a wonderful story, and I thought I would share that with you all. Now, I know you all probably thinking, what was her name, who was she? And I was just so caught up in the story that I did not capture the young lady's name. I know I can find her if I really wanted to. But I just wanted to share that story with you all because these are about our students. Speaking about our students, I know there's been conversations around our enrollment count. And of course, naturally, at the last meeting, we had some conversations about that. We are down about 8 students from last year, from September 8th to where we are January, of third Friday count. And so I just want to make sure everyone is aware of that. Overall, from a district perspective, we're down 49 resident students overall as well. Another snapshot as we kind of think about our students, as we kind of think about our students, we are still in our Attendance Matters campaign. So parents and guardians, please remember that daily school attendance is vital. And if you need assistance, please contact your school's students services team or the building principals. We definitely want all of our students in our buildings every single day, because not just on third Friday when we have to do the count, this is about learning on every single day. And we definitely want our students in school regularly. And like Mrs. Johnson mentioned, as it pertains to the Wisconsin State Convention, I would like to thank each board member who was able to attend the Wisconsin State Convention in 2025. These opportunities for learning are essential for boards and administrators, as it allows us to connect on many different topics that we oftentimes don't get to discuss here in the district. As we are learning, we learn together. That's the goal of the Wisconsin State Convention, and to have that opportunity amongst all of us is very important. I must highlight that on Thursday, the featured presentation before the guest speaker was our very own jazz band. So our jazz band got to perform in front of pretty much thousands of people. I can say that. They're used to that because of their heightened skill set that they do have. But I want to say thank you to the jazz band who came out and traveled, of course, and was able to give us a three band set for that Thursday. This is always a wonderful opportunity for our students, and again, I want to thank them for that opportunity. Naturally, they go against other people who make submissions, right? And our jazz band was selected, and so I just want to make sure that's something that we bring note of. The Referendum 2025, we are underway with our communications platform for the 2025, and Thursday, February 6th, our website will be live with information for all. We will be sharing opportunities with information based off of where we will be in the communities. We will look forward to answering questions about how this referendum will support our students, staff, and of course, community at large. This, of course, concludes my announcements, and thank you, Mrs. Johnson.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison. Mrs. Levy?
Thank you. Just one quick question, Dr. Garrison. I know that you said, correct me if I'm wrong, our residential count of students is down from September. Do we know if those are students that have moved out of the district, or given our current climate with respect to immigration, do we understand if that's individuals being fearful of sending their students to school?
So our district's resident count is down 49 students. I wouldn't know if that's the case as it pertains to the environment. I do know that 42 of those students we were unable to account for based off of we don't know where they are. The other remaining students were due to open enrollment, but there's about 40 or so students that we weren't able to account for our overall district's residents' attendance.
Thank you so much.
I said attendance, I'm sorry, count.
Any other questions for Dr. Garrison? Okay, hearing none, we will move on. And I lost my agenda. There we go. Next up, the legislative update. Board Member Miller.
Good evening. Because we have a lengthy agenda, I'm not going to do a full update. I will just quickly, since it was brought up, say that there are 94 referendum questions this April ballot across the state, coming from 86 different districts. And also just that the state is projected to have a budget ending at $4.3 billion this June 30th, 2025. So if you are interested in advocating for increased state funding for public schools across Wisconsin so that we don't have to continue to go to referendum for operational purposes, please do contact your lawmakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Miller. Next up, we have the State Convention report, and this is to share with the board members, staff, and community information obtained at the State Education Convention in January. Tonight, myself, Dr. Garrison, Board Member Mrs. Levy, and Board Member Mr. Schneider will all have the opportunity to share thoughts on the convention. Dr. Garrison?
Sure. As I mentioned in my report, I just think the state convention is also an opportunity for us all to kind of learn together. Of course, there was some conversations that I was able to sit in as it pertains to the learning. Naturally, when you're thinking about enrollment, some things around metrics is around attendance. We had two of our own present at the Wisconsin State Convention this year as well. Ms. Beavers around attendance, and Mr. Eric Weir around the complexities of being a special education director when you're having to do dual roles. And so for me, it's an opportunity also to connect with other superintendents as well as other colleagues of mine. Naturally, with the board, we, of course, had an opportunity just to connect, and I always think it's funny because seeing each other outside of like work, it's an amazing opportunity. So thank you for the laughs that we were able to share, and I appreciate that.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison. Board Member Mrs. Levy?
Thank you. Thank you to the district for affording me the opportunity to attend another State of Wisconsin Education Convention. I encourage everyone who is interested to download the Wisconsin Education Convention app for 2025. Several presenters have uploaded their presentation slides, and name and district information is provided for all presenters to make it easy to reach out to those presenters if you have any questions or looking for clarification for any of those slides that are uploaded. I also want to thank Roseanne Hahn for inviting me to serve on this State Policy and Resolution Committee. I learned a lot and enjoying representing Region 13 and the School District of Beloit. I value the opportunity to connect with school board colleagues from across the state in our meetings throughout the year. And thank you to Dr. Garrison for inviting the board to a beautiful dinner. That was great to kind of see each other outside of the boardroom and enjoy a meal and a great time. Even Rob stopped by, so that was lovely. So again, thank you to the district for allowing this opportunity for me. Very grateful.
Thank you. Board Member Mr. Schneider.
Good evening. Again, I just want to appreciate being able to go to the state convention. There are so many different sectionals, opportunities. I mean, every section or every time frame that there was, I think there were at least a dozen different options that you could go to. So there's no way you could attend all of them. I attended a lot of different ones. It looked at referendum. They looked at connecting with the community and engaging in community support. And so, and a few others that were there, leadership and so on, to do that. I did attend the pre-conference that President Johnson attended when we were trained by people trained by DPI to look at the state report card. And what really surprised me is there was really nothing in that report card you can take at face value. While they may look at, if you look at the score, it may be a score from 0 to 100. That is not percent. That is not percentile. It's taking the scores and fitting it into a range of 0 to 100, where instead of getting into the middle or the average, they take the total and then they start taking points off for different things. So you can't use that data and just report out that that's what it is, which is where WISE Dash is really important to look at, because that's the raw data that you can see there, and that's really the data that you can use. And it's so unfortunate that the state is so into looking at that state report card and taking it at face value. And you really can't do that, which is unfortunate for the state. The report card looks the way it is because that is what the legislature has said that it's going to look like. So this is not the way the DPI would do it, or any educator would create a report card of this kind. But this is determined by the legislature. Great conference, great opportunity. It was great listening to the jazz band. It was great meeting and talking with people from other school districts, and just talking at what they're going through and what is happening. So again, it was a great conference. I look forward to going next year, hopefully.
Thank you, Board Member Schneider. I too attended, and a couple of the sessions I attended, one was Tell Your Story and Measure Success with a Strategic Dashboard. I decided to attend this one as after the first one I attended about the report card, I know that there are other ways to show our successes, and perhaps building our own dashboard may be the way to do that. Another one I attended was Your Community as a Classroom, Engaging Students and Building Public Trust. I think something that the district is wanting to work on in not just engaging students, but in other regards as well. I attended Calling All Board Presidents. This one was put on by the Milton Board President, and it was very nice and interesting, and a bit of a relief to realize that there are other districts dissimilar to ours experiencing many of the same problems we're having. I'm not trying to say misery loves company, But Thursday night, rather than attending the dinner with Dr. Garrison, I did attend the Bulow Vetters session. They had 4 presentations, one on updates on Title IX, another on open meetings law, another looking at some of the executive orders, and another one on finances. It was very, very informative. I'm sorry I missed the dinner with Dr. Garrison, but I'm really glad that I went to that. I attended the WASB legislative update and learned more about the state budget and legislation that's potential legislation affecting public K-12 schools. Another one, public education funding in Wisconsin. Is it adequate? Is it equitable? And this one looked at the disparities, again, between public funding and how it does not keep up with the cost of inflation. UW-Madison Professor Chris Saldana was the presenter and has some very interesting charts that he said that he would share with us. I did attend the session with Sam Glenn, the general session. He was an artist, and I'm sorry that Raul has already left, but this one was a fun event to attend. He was comical and humorous. Oh, I'm not, but and he made art while he was giving his presentation, and it was really worth looking into this gentleman and his story. So again, thank you for this opportunity for us board members, for we board members to learn, grow, develop, and make connections. Tom, do you have a question? Oh, okay. Okay, there I go. Okay, next on the agenda, we've got the dual language program review.
So
this is, the purpose of this is to provide the Board of Education with a summary of the findings from CESA 2's Dual Language Immersion DLI program review. During the fall of 2024, CESA 2 assessed the structure, outcomes, audience, reach, staffing alignment, and academic rigor within the school districts of Beloit DLI program. Dr. Garrison?
Actually, you read exactly what I was going to state, but that's perfectly fine. We want to make sure that we thank our partners for the work that they were able to conduct in our district around our DLI program. The report, of course, is duly noted in the agenda, as well as what we have posted, a full report for the public to review. I'll turn it over to Mrs. Mortek, and she'll introduce our speakers and, of course, lay out the conversation for today. Thank you. For tonight. Thank you.
Good evening. So as promised, we're here mid-year to share the findings of the DLI review. We started this work with our partners, Audrey and Fran. They're from the Language and Culture Center of Excellence from CESA. And so in the presentation, they have the timeline that they've been following. The goal of tonight is for them to go over and share the findings. And then we will take that back. We'll debrief with staff as well, with the idea of coming back for some potential decision-making that could happen at the board level for what we want to do in the future for programming. Some of the other findings in there we can take care of internally, like professional learning, or thinking about curriculum and materials and things like that. But there are some recommendations in there about the actual DLI program. So as we come back and debrief, we will come to you with some ideas about a phased-in approach. So here are Audrey and Fran. I just want to lift up how much I've enjoyed working with them as researchers, truly experts in the field of
dual language immersion, and they have been wonderful thought partners. And so Tony Bosco, also under his leadership, we've really enjoyed just working with them, and here they are to present. Thank you.
Thank you.
So good evening. I really appreciate, Fran and I both really appreciate the opportunity to be here today and to be able to share with you. We're super excited when people want to hear and see what we spend our time doing. So it's just really important to us. So I'm going to sort of start us off briefly just to give you some context of what we put together and what we looked at. And then Fran's going to sort of break down the specific recommendations that we have for you, and then we'll follow up with some final details. So let me see if I can press these all in the right way. Oh, did I? No? Yeah, you did. I did. Oops. Nope. Let's try again. Yes. Okay, so we were approached this summer and specifically this fall to do a program review specific for the DLI program. So we had sort of a lot of questions about that and sort of what it would look like in terms of, what are we going to look at? We're going to look at assessment, the structure, the audience, what is the intended purpose of the program. So we really want to sort of get into what is the scope of the research that we're doing. The next step of the process is collecting the data, and I'll go into a little bit about what we were doing as part of that data collection process as we go through. And then we sort of, we wanted to kind of highlight and leverage key findings for you. And what's, just to kind of highlight some of the unique things is that your dual language program efforts are on par with your district as a whole and sort of consistent or even a little better than some of the state is for for dual language program in general. So pretty consistent. So I sort of really wanted to highlight that. And then I also wanted to make sure we highlight that your students, when it comes to Spanish proficiency, you have a high number of students on the assessments that you have that demonstrated proficiency in Spanish. So we'll go into a little bit more detail about that. So what did we look at? We specifically looked at the structure of the program. What does a dual language program look like? What is your allocation of your staffing, your time, your schools? What's that structure? Then we take a look and we look at the curriculum. Does the curriculum align? Is there parity between your dual language program and the parity of the and your other programming in your school district? We also look at what are your instructional approaches. What kind of approach do you take? Where is the balance between the language? Is there bridging across languages? What are the assessments that are using specific for dual language? Do they make sense for that? Is there formative assessments, summative assessments that are being done? Are you examining what are the achievement results for that as well? We look at staffing, both in terms of recruitment and how we recruit, and then also what is the qualifications of the staffing and their ability, your staffing potential, actually, I want to say. And what is your structure in place that you're for things to integrate across language arts and other curriculum within that context, so both languages are validated. So there's a way to create a smooth transition. That's one way to do it. There's other ways to do it that you would basically just regrow the program up and create other incentive ideas within the school clubs and other activities to build or support language development in places where that language is not happening. You can add more.
Yeah, and that would be another potential opportunity for biliteracy coaches as those students are coming out of kindergarten, first, second, to then work with those third, fourth, and fifth grade teachers, where while you may not have a true 50-50 dual language, those teachers that had those clusters of DLI students could do some bridging, cross-linguistic connections, just with the assistance of the coaches in that particular building. So I think, again, we're trying to keep the spirit of that language development going, even though we may not have capacity at those other grades to have 50-50 until we can recruit, retain, and then, as Audrey said, over time, maybe build into second, build into third once we get the staffing solidified. That's a big issue. So that might be one way to address that, Ms. Levy.
Thank you.
Yep.
Board Member Hankins?
Yes, kind of piggybacking off Mrs. Levy, on that vertical are you suggesting, and I know you're taking these recommendations and going to work with them. Am I sensing that you would, because of staffing and stuff, you would get a couple schools on the west side, east side, whatever, and then if they wanted to go into DLI, have them open enroll to that school? And also the Fruzen and/or
Sure.
Aldridge, is that how you sense?
Generally, that is the process. If we went down to 2 elementary schools, it might create a waiting list, right? Because you've got sections in 3 elementary schools right now. So that if you said all of the elementary schools were going to have the program, we're going to do something different at the middle school, maybe we would move those middle school DLI teachers down to fill out our elementary staffing, solidify that. And then, as I said, do something a little different with the language programming at the middle level. While it might not be a true 50-50 dual language program at that level, could we try to expand the world language Spanish opportunities and do some more of that work with the coaches, the Spanish teachers, maybe the ELA teacher, the social studies teacher, to try to make some of those cross-linguistic connections? So it would be different, but I think we have a lot of infrastructure in place that wherever the stakeholder groups kind of send us with our next steps, we'll be able to adapt.
But could you see a scenario where Gaston is a DLI school and another school, and so if you wanted DLI, you would send your kid to?
Yes, it's almost like that now with Converse, Hackett, and Robinson. If a parent is a Gaston attendant, they could say, I'd like my student to go to, and they just have to get them there, right? So we kind of do that now.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, no problem.
Board Member Miller?
Thank you. Thank you for this wonderful presentation. The report, too, is just awesome to read. So I'm a parent of 3 children who are in the DLI program, one at 7th grade, one in 4th grade, and one in 1st grade. And so a couple of things I just wanted to react to. I loved in your presentation just now how you talked about expanding sort of the elasticity, right, of like our understanding of communication. I just think that's really on par with like what I've experienced as a parent and as a teacher. I really loved when you talked, too, about targeted supports. And so then I actually had a question for our district staff. Would you say that like our DLI progress monitoring and intervention and targeted support systems, are they sort of like in sync with the rest of our like equitable multi-level systems of support, or is there capacity that we need to build there?
That's a fantastic question, Board Member Miller. One of the things that is a blessing and a challenge sometimes with dual languages, we are not, as language develops, we do not want to heap on intervention early, but we are looking at the data early, right? We understand that it will take students who are learning Spanish as a second language or English as a second language 6 years or so to develop that proficiency. But we also have to make sure when we look at that data, do they have one language strength? And then that second language is coming up. If we see a lot of growth opportunity in both languages, that will raise some flags for us, and that would be an opportunity for us to understand that there may need to be some intervention or additional support there. On the Spanish side, our equitable conferencing kind of construct applies in Spanish as it does in English. So as we see students need to work on particular syllabus or whatever it might be, we are looking at that data and then in the equitable conferences trying to adjust it or address it just in time. So that EMLS process is there, but we give a little bit more grace to the development of the language just because of that trajectory of biliteracy.
No, thank you so much, because actually my follow-up question then is if we were to keep the 3 elementary, keep the programs horizontal, right?
Sure.
Because there are kids for a variety of reasons who develop language, at a different pace. If you have children who are enthusiastic about continuing to be dual language, to become biliterate, who are more slowly developing in one language or the other, is there, I guess, capacity at the middle level in the MTSS kind of stuff we have right now to offer some ongoing support in that transition?
Yeah, we'd have to explore that a little bit, because the challenge with, say we were to move those DLI folks down to the elementary to fill that out, then our only language resource at those 2 middle schools is a Spanish teacher. And right now, again, because of staffing, we're filling one FTE of Spanish at one of our middle schools with a DLI teacher because we lost the Spanish teacher late. So it's again, staffing, highly qualified language teachers is what we need, so.
Can I add something?
Sure.
One of our recommendations is to put a really heavy, significantly more heavy emphasis, either through your training of your teachers and your coaches, around meta-linguistic meta-awareness. It's an essential component to a program. The catch about that is the more we do that, or the earlier they do that, the more we build the capacity of the students to do their cross-linguistic transfer. So if you were to reduce some of that language acquisition later if you maintain a horizontal program, your emphasis is to say we're going to give the kids the skills to be able to make those connections, and we're going to teach more of, we have lovely fancy terminology like translanguaging, to basically create opportunities for increased learning at a level. So your program has followed a more traditional model. Significant research shows that there's ways to make connections that you're really kind of in a place that you can develop.
That's awesome. No, I really appreciate that. And just because this is a long report, I wanted to point out on the topic of staffing, my favorite paragraph out of the whole thing on page 28 was, despite facing significant challenges, the staff within the dual language immersion program demonstrate remarkable commitment and dedication to their students and the goals of bilingual education. Teachers consistently work to provide quality instruction, even in the face of staffing shortages, high workloads, and limited resources. I really appreciated that you took the time to point that out, and that is something we could say about all of our district staff, and I think that is just a huge strength of our program. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other board questions or thoughts, comments?
Just one final call. Thank you again to the team who, of course, worked so feverishly over this past few months to get this report done. It was something that Mrs. Mortek and I discussed when I arrived, actually. But due to different times and things that we needed to take care of, we just weren't able to get it going right away. Mr. Bosco, your leadership, thank you for this conversation as well. I'd like to also thank our teachers. As Mrs. Miller has mentioned, it is very important to note that our bilingual teachers and a lot of our students in this conversation as well, they have a skill set. That skill set is great, and we need to, of course, recognize and honor that. And as much as I would like to say that, we are doing the absolute best in this space, I know there's opportunities for us to grow. It is hard knowing that we have staffing limitations and, of course, some staffing conversations in general due to our budget. But again, I know that our staff is resilient. And like I said before, somehow we just keep getting it done. And so thank you so much to the team who helped put this together over these past few months.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is staff survey climate results. The purpose is to review the results of the staff climate survey. Mrs. Almendarez?
Good evening, Board. I'm very pleased to have School Perceptions present the findings of our 2024 Fall Climate Survey. We are very excited about the turnout, the percentage of participants, and we're hoping that moving forward, we'll continue to grow the number of participants so that we can have, a better understanding of where our staff are with regards to their employment with the district. Rob Muse has been instrumental in ensuring that this climate survey was rolled out successfully, and he will be presenting those findings. Rob?
Sounds good. Thank you. So like Dee Dee just said, my goal for you tonight is to take you through your staff survey report. There's about 30 questions in here or so that we'll review, but then we'll spend some time at the end kind of putting a bow on it and putting it all together and giving you some summary slides for you to think about over the next few weeks, months, and maybe even years. So like you heard Dee Dee said, what we have for you tonight is a district level staff survey report. This was sent over to the district about 3 weeks ago or so, just before I believe your previous board meeting. So we got it as soon as we could onto your agenda tonight. There are 4 different colors of slides. We will have very few background slides. We'll just briefly reintroduce myself. We'll talk about who took your survey, where do they work, how long they've been with the district and so on. Those are yellow slides. Overwhelming majority of our time will be spent on green. That's your results and analysis, and then I'll leave some time for wrap up and questions at the end. Hopefully you recognize our name a little bit. We've worked with you, just had the screen up. I think it was maybe 2015 is the first time we did Beloit staff and parent surveys. We've done a couple of referendum and planning surveys for you in between, mostly with me. So hopefully we don't look too unfamiliar to you, but we've been in business since '02, and our mission has never once changed. We want to help you as educational leaders gather, organize, and use data to make strategic decisions. We've collected over 3 million of these, and we've helped more than 1,000 districts. I think it's about 1,300 on the dot. 1,300 school districts across the country navigate the strategic planning, referendum planning, and engagement process. For your staff survey, it was primarily a December window. So kind of between Thanksgiving and Christmas, you ended up with 394 respondents for a 54% participation rate. So over half of your staff responded. Now for context here, in any given school district, especially in Wisconsin, the average response rate is about 60 to 75%. However, it usually goes down for the biggest of the big districts, and you're one of the biggest districts in Wisconsin. So I'm actually really happy with this for the number of employees that you have. It wouldn't have been uncommon to have you get in the 40 to 50% range. So as you heard Dee Dee say, you had an outstanding response rate. When we're working with the very, very small districts, those that have 200-300 kids, it's not too hard to get them to 60, 70, 80%. So for you to be able to get to 54% response with all of your staff members, that's definitely a win here. And you have a lot of strong data to be able to stand on to be able to ascertain how your staff are feeling in various areas. A couple of pieces of demographic information, and I know Dee Dee's been doing a lot of work slicing and dicing this data across different schools and really digging into some of the spreadsheets we sent along. Here again, we're going to focus on the district level data, but just to give you some taste of your responses, we did ask at which location do you spend the most time. 1 in 5 of your survey respondents work at Memorial, followed by Aldrich, and then so on down the line, all the way to multiple buildings at 2%, and 0 folks chose other, and 0 folks identified themselves as working at the maintenance or facility building. Second to last demographic slide, we asked what best describes your position. This is pretty typical. Most of your staff are going to be classroom teachers. In fact, 1/2 of your survey respondents are classroom teachers. Educational specialists, those are folks that need a certification and a license, but they're not classroom teachers. So in that case, think your school psychologists, your school social workers, your librarians, your interventionists, and so on. Those are educational specialists. Paraprofessionals, some districts call them aides, some don't call them instructional aides, all similar names for the same group. Support staff, those will be folks like your bus drivers, your custodians, your food service workers, your administrative assistants. Administration makes up 6%, and then you can get into your substitute staff as well. 1% of your survey respondents are your substitute teachers and other fill-in staff members. This, though, is pretty much what I'd see no matter size or location of the district. And then finally, final demographic question, including this year, how many years have you worked for the district? You got about, a little over 1/3 of your survey respondents that are in the 1 to 5 range. 1 in 5 are in the 6 to 10, but the majority of your survey respondents, plurality of your majority respondents have worked at the school district of Beloit for more than 10 years, just under 40%, just under 4 in 10 in that very tenured group. We always also allow staff to say, I don't want to answer this. Here, the good news is that very few folks decided to not tell you where they worked or how long they've been with the district and so on. Very, very few. It's not surprising, especially if we work in a district that is lacking in some trust. That can be, 8, 9, 10, sometimes in the mid to upper teens. So fortunately here, that does not seem to be an issue. Folks don't have an issue identifying, some of their demographics and where they work and so on. So that's good. We're going to start broad. We're going to go down, and then we're going to come back up broad. So we're going to begin with 30,000-foot analysis, your indexes. Indexes are designed to provide you as educational leaders with a snapshot of your results. So these are indexes specifically designed for staff. These scores here, particularly the middle two columns, they're in a range of 1 to 5. In fact, unless I call out differently, about 98% of the questions in your survey are on a 1 to 5 scale. So in the back of your mind, just bear that in mind. The worst possible score a district can get is 1.00, and the best possible score a district can get is 5.00. Now, the middle of that scale then obviously is 3.00. So when I'm eyeballing this data for the first time, I'm looking to see where are you above or where are you below 3. If you're above 3, you're on the right side of the fence. You are on the side where people are agreeing with each of the statements, and that's where you want to be. None of your items are reverse coded. In other words, you don't want people to disagree. You don't want to have a score of 1. You always want that score to be higher, and minimally you want that score to be above 3.00. There are 5 indexes, and there are key questions throughout the survey that feed these indexes. So not only does this give you a little snapshot of where you are, it's a good way for folks across the district or in the community that are a little less comfortable with data and statistics to kind of understand where you're at. And other districts also use these to build out quantifiable measures of their strategic plan, ready-made quantifiable pillars. So that's how districts use these. More specifically, these indexes are as follows. Academics, we are effective in teaching and supporting our students. Second, engagement. I like working at this school because I'm valued, heard, and can contribute. Support, I have the support I need to help our students, to help educate our students and work as a team. And then the benefit of staff is they have kind of a dual lens here. They can tell you how they're doing, and they can tell you their perception of how the kiddos in their room are doing. Student experience, students are accepted, respected, and supported at school. And then likewise for staff, are they accepted, respected, and supported at school? Your format of the data here is going to be very similar to how much of the slides moving forward are going to look as well. So where were you before? Where are you now? What is that percent change? And then among a comparison set of school districts that look like us, what is their score and how do we stack up? So my eyes here are going to these, the second and third from the right columns. Where are you now and how is that different? Some of these are down very negligibly. So you maintained a very steady score, down 0.03 of a point, a decline of about 1%, and we are effective in teaching and supporting our students. Pretty small decline, but this is also the only index that falls below 3. All the rest of these are above 3.00. The next one, you're well above 3. I like working at the school because I'm valued, heard, and can contribute. Again, pretty steady data, down by 1/100 of a point. I have the support I need to help educate our students and work as a team, down by approximately 2%. Down by about 2.5%, students are accepted, respected, and supported at school. And then a slight increase, up by 1/100 of a point. How are staff doing? Are they accepted, respected, and supported at school? There you're at a score of 3.47. So in summary, 4 went down, 1 went up. 4 of them are above 3, and 1 of them remains below 3, and to varying degrees away from the comparisons. You're nearest your comparison among your student experience. Students are accepted, respected, and supported at school. The one that's least like your comparison group is the academics bit. We are effective in teaching and supporting our students. So we begin from the top. Then, however, we're going to go into the item analysis. So what about these questions that feed these indexes? What's going on with them? Same scale, 1 to 5, can't get better than a 5, can't get worse than a 1. Middle of the scale is 3. These slides are sorted by the survey section, and they're sorted by this column second from the right, the percent change. So the items that went up the most are at the top. Items that went down the most are at the bottom, respectively, for each section, and then we'll bring this data together and show you where you went up and down the most across the entire survey at the end. Some areas where you went up, and actually here, you broke 4. So you're starting to get into the area of the strongly agree range, which is a strong win. Our staff does a good job of educating our students, up by over 3% and approaching your comparison group there of 4.23. 2 other items that went up, and another one where you're getting very close to your comparison pool. I feel supported by my supervisor or administrator when I make a decision, up by 1.3% and just about 1/10 of a point away from your comparison average. Another, up by 1%, the amount of work I'm asked to do is reasonable or manageable. Very slight decrease, about 2/10 of a point away from your comparison. I feel comfortable sharing input and concerns with my supervisor or administrator, down by just under 1%, 0.03 of a point difference. Rounding out the workday section, a few declines here, and 3 that fell below the magic number of 3.00. First one, though, down by just a little bit. Once again, pretty steady data here. Most days I look forward to going to work, down by 0.04 of a point and about 0.3 of a point away from where your comparison group sits. Down by just under 2%, our school's student discipline practices and policies are effective. Down by 2% on the dot, the district seeks input from a broad group of staff members. Down by approximately 2.5%, information important to my work is shared with me in a timely and effective manner. And down by about 2.5%, our staff handles student discipline in a consistent manner. The environment section. Here, up by a little over 4%, you folks in this room. The school board is doing what it takes to make our district successful. You went from 2.17 to 2.26. So below 3, certainly, but absolutely going in the right direction. That was the highest, the item with the most growth year over year from this particular survey section. Staff also feel better recognized. I am recognized when I do a good job. You remained above 3, went from 3.25 to 3.35, up by a little over 3%, and approaching your comparison group just under 0.2 of a point away from your other districts. Down, but pretty steady data. In the last year, I received useful feedback to help improve my work, 3.49 to 3.46, and then down by 1% on the dot, I feel safe at work, 3.99 to 3.95. Rounding out the environment section, by the way, there's 3 sections total. This is the second of the 3 main sections. Here we do see some slightly bigger declines. But beginning at the top, both down by about 3.6, 3.7% respectively. I have training and support to work with students from different backgrounds, and all students in our school are respected for their values and beliefs. Down by 4% on the nose, I have opportunities for training or PD to help improve my work. Down by about 7%, and these final 2 items, by the way, are the only 2 from this section that fell below 3.00. The district is heading in the right direction, and district administration is doing what it takes to make our district successful, down by 7.2% and 8.9% respectively. The final main survey section was support. Here, large increase. The district's pay practices are fair, 2.2 to 2.33. A few other increases here. All of these on this page here went up. 0.5 percentage point increase both for our school has a process to ensure every student has a connection with at least one adult in school, and I have healthy working relationships with my coworkers. Another one where you're well above the median of 3.00, kind of getting into that strongly agree range once again. And then up by 1/100 of a point, I have access to the technology support that I need and nipping at the heels of your comparison group there as well. Turning the page in this section to some of the decreases, down by 1.6%, but remaining above your median. Staff input is valued at a score of 3.13. Down by just under 2%, I have the technology I need to do my job well. Similar decline, about 2.2%, but it's still a fairly high score, just under 4. Our school supports students from diverse backgrounds. And then finally, a decline of 3.5%. I have the materials and supplies I need to do my job well. Down by a little over 6%, but remaining above 3. All students in our school are given equal opportunities to learn and experience success. And then the 2 biggest declines in this particular section, the social emotional needs of all students are being met, down by about 9.3%. And our parents and community support the school district was the item with the most decline across the survey at a decline of 12% on the nose. This was part of the support section, just a slightly different question, so we call it a little bit differently. Still same scale, 1 to 5, but this particular question focused on the student subgroups that may be in my room. So the question read, our school supports equal opportunities for students of or with these 5 groups. Different economic backgrounds, you remained above 4, so kind of getting into that agree, strongly agree range. Just a slight decline, different economic groups, basically the same score as where you were last year, 4.05 to 4.04. So very strong there. And also by gender, 4.15 to 4.13. In this case, it's kind of the difficulty of getting an A versus maintaining an A. In comparison, these are quite high scores. You can tell that you're just about like everybody else here in terms of how you're performing by gender. And just nipping once again at the heels of your comparison group for different economic backgrounds. Outperforming your comparisons, the extent to which the school district of Beloit is supporting students from different cultural backgrounds. Also outperforming your comparisons, how you support students from different racial backgrounds. And then the one student subgroup that went down the most, down by about 2.8%, students with special needs, went from 3.59 to 3.49. So, I recognize that can be some fire hose drinking. That is a lot of numbers. You might still be thinking about a number that was 4 slides ago. I completely recognize that, and I know that this is where Dee Dee stepping in and looking at school-based data and all kinds of things and all kinds of spreadsheets that we inundated her with. But from a district level, I want to put this back together, and I just want to isolate what is going best. What are the 5 highest scoring items for the school district of Beloit staff? A couple notes about these. But first, what are they? The highest scoring item, I have healthy working relationships with my coworkers. Second highest scoring item, our staff does a good job of educating our students. Third was related to technology access. Fourth, I feel safe at work. And then the 5th highest scoring item, our school supports students from diverse backgrounds. Now, a note about this. What I'm really happy about seeing here, some of the things that you have to have in place, you have in place. For instance, if I don't get along with my coworkers, if I don't feel effectual in my job, if I don't feel safe at work, and if I don't feel like I'm supporting the kiddos in my room, it's really difficult to make progress on anything else, especially safe at work. If I go to school in the morning and I don't feel safe there, how could you possibly make progress on anything else in this survey? Fortunately, that's not you. Some of the places that you have to have, some of those hurdles that you have to clear in order to make progress in other areas, you have here. So it's good that all items in our survey are created equal, just that some are more equal than others. Things like getting along with each other, feeling effectual in your job, and feeling safe at work. Again, not to sound like a broken record, but you gotta have those. If you wanna make progress in any other area, those have to be in place. So it's good that these are part of your top 5 scoring items. On the other side of that coin, what are some of these items that are overall leaning towards disagreement? Some of those items that fall below 3.00. As you go down the list here, 5th from the bottom, our parents and community support the school district. District administration is doing what it takes to make our district successful. Pay practices are fair. The school board is doing what it takes to make our district successful. And then the bottom scoring item, the district is heading in the right direction. Adding some nuance to that, though, where did you go up the most? Relative from last year when you did this survey in fall, in fact, just as I scroll between these 2 slides here, some of these, while they may be lower scoring, you are going in the right direction. So for instance, the district's pay practices are fair. I just told you that was 3rd from the bottom. I don't want to negate that point. However, it's also the item that you're making the most progress on. So I don't want to, again, negate the point that it's towards the bottom, but I do want to celebrate the fact that you're making some pretty outstanding progress on the fact that the perception of the pay practices being fair is a big step forward. By the way, I tend to celebrate anything that's, in the 4 to 5 to 6% in growth. It's very, very uncommon for us to ever type a double digit here, but especially for a district your size. I mean, to make that amount of change over that many employees and end up at a score of 5.9%, that really is a W there. I mean, you can make some pretty quick percentage growth when you're one of those districts, especially in far northern Wisconsin, that employ 25 FTEs. It doesn't take too many to move a score by quite a bit. When you have 5.9% across multiple hundreds of employees, that's quite a bit of growth there. Otherwise, you would never get to 5.9%. Similarly, the school board is doing what it takes to make our district successful. Yes, that is second from the bottom, but you're also moving in a direction that is positive. And again, I don't want to negate that. Staff does a good job of educating our students. One of the top items and getting better. Staff feel better recognized, and they feel more supported by their supervisor or administrator when they make a decision, more so than they did last year. Second to last slide, where did you go down the most? A decline of 6.3%. All students in our school are given equal opportunities to learn and experience success. About 7%, the district is heading in the right direction. About 9%, the district administration is doing what it takes to make our district successful. Down by about 9%, the social and emotional needs of all students are being met. And then down by 12%, our parents and community support the school district. The final overall satisfaction number on a scale of 0 to 10, how likely are you to recommend the district as a place of employment? You're seeing a bit of a bell curve here. Quite a few neutral in the middle. That's actually, I think, where your score is going down a little bit. That's longer than it typically is. You know, your greens, your reds, I wouldn't say those are vastly different, but there's quite a few more folks in this middle range than what I would normally expect to see. Now, I don't know if that's good, I don't know if that's bad, I don't know if that's indifferent, but what that tells me is there's quite a few folks in the middle here who are ready to make up their mind. They are ripe to make a decision, and now they're going to go up or they're going to go down. So I'm very curious to see where you move forward in the future, because those 5 people they tend to sort themselves up either up or down as you move on. But altogether, you were at 5.19 last year. You still remain on the good side of the neutral there at 5.01. Your percent change is down by about 3.5%. Among your comparison score, you're looking at a 7.08. So again, I recognize that's a lot. That's from the district level. So we kind of started at the indexes overall, how are we doing, delved into some of those items, and then finished up with what's going the best, what's going the worst, and where have you made the most progress, or what are some items that decline. So I'm going to take a quick sip of water, but by all means, let me know what questions you have, what didn't make sense, what you'd like to revisit from the report.
Thank you, Mr. Demuse. Are there any board member questions or comments? Tom Hankins, Board Member Hankins?
Yes, Rob, just going back to the beginning, how many actual respondents were we better than last year? We're doing this comparison.
Yeah, it went down a little bit. You were at 448 respondents last year.
Okay, and how many possible responses are there in the district for this survey?
Let's see. If I could do my math, whatever, 54% of X is 3. If I could do that live, I would. Let me tell you without doing the math. You must have sent it out to, ballpark, a little under 800.
Okay.
The exact number, 724 was the denominator.
Okay, so going back to the first 3 or 4 slides, and I haven't done that, but on the percentages, you're talking about the percentages of the responsees, excuse me.
Yes, sir, that's correct. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, you bet.
Thank you. Board Member Miller?
Thanks. So I really appreciated, Mr. Demuse, your comments about, I guess, just the matter of perspective. So I think some things that jumped out to me were, I had sort of the same takeaway that you articulated when I was looking at the, what are we doing best in? Like, those are some pretty key, I guess, like pillars of being able to function as a district. So that made me feel good when I looked at that. I do think, though, we have to be responsive to the actual commentary from the teachers and from the people who we surveyed that don't feel like we're going in the right direction, despite seeing that slide that makes me, from where I'm sitting in my perspective, feel like we kind of are. And so I have some thoughts, but I'm kind of curious about your expertise on the matter. The things that jump to mind for me are, increasing communication internally as a district and making sure we're all calibrated on like what we need to look at. And then I guess the only other things I wanted more information on were I'm sorry, I just lost my place in my notes, but I found it. Okay, sorry. With the discipline piece, with the policies and practices, Did you happen, in the interest of calibrating communication, do you have any more information on whether that's more policy heavy, which is like a board thing, or more practices heavy? And if not, that's okay. I'm just kind of curious for our purposes here.
Yeah, a couple of things. So your first question, I'm going to do my best to remember these. Oh, you said something very smart. Your first question, take me back there. What was that?
No, yeah, it's okay. No, I didn't mean to just like
communication.
segue really quick into that. I just didn't want to forget my other thing. So the first thing I was pointing out is like, I agree with your kind of takeaway. Like my initial takeaway when I was preparing for the meeting was like, hey, wow, those are important pieces to have in place. Feels like we're going in the right direction. And then I like went to the next slide and I'm like, ooh, people don't feel like we're going in the right direction. Like where, so I was just curious in your expertise of, in practice, you do this all the time, right? One thing that came to mind for me is increasing internal communication, calibrating. What else do districts do when they see results like that?
Yes, sorry. Thank you.
No,
so
good.
what I'm saying, this is funny in a not funny way, but we worked with a district who did some staff and parent surveys, and they really got knocked on their communication. And I think I just about gave the superintendent an aneurysm, and he was like, "Oh my God, I write so many things. How can that possibly be?" And he was right. Actually, they did so much communication. What we found out is everything in there, people didn't care. Like, it wasn't what I wanted to read about. Like, you're talking to me all the time. It just wasn't interesting. It wasn't relevant to me. It came a little too late. Like, it was everything in the communication, not how I was getting the communication. So when we did that survey the next year, we said, okay, we'll still ask you how you want it. Most staff want emails, but there's some, I think when we get inundated with too much technology, I pay more attention to something that's on my counter these days than I do in my inbox, because my inbox stresses me out. We're seeing a big move towards something that's tangible in my hands, which this district is doing too. But then they added a question that said, okay, when we talk to you, what is it you want to know about? Do you want to know about our financial plans? Do you want to know about, staff achievements? Do you want to know about student achievements? Do you want to know how facility work is going? So they tiered those. And then their score went up, and it had nothing to do with timeliness. It had nothing to do with when it went out. It had nothing to do with how. It was all about what was in there. So that was, I hadn't thought much about that, but that was, so I guess I'm curious in your case, is it a how or a what? For your second question about discipline, what actually pleased me quite a bit, so when I go to the lowest scoring items, this pleased me in a good way. I can't tell you the last time I gave a report and didn't have discipline be one of the 5 in the bottom. I mean, it doesn't matter which one of the 14,200 some districts are in the United States. We work nationwide, and I can't tell you the last time, especially following right around March 14th, 2020, that was not at the bottom. So it's good for you that you're not there. So whatever the secret is, there's a lot of people that want to know what Beloit's doing. But I think more direct answer to your question, the 2 discipline questions are here. They were in the workday section. So one's second here and one's at the bottom. What this is telling me is staff to staff, we're more consistent. Like, I'm doing what the next teacher's doing, which is good. That's a good place to be. However, what we're applying consistently doesn't work for what I need it to do. So it's not not that the policies can't be improved, but if everybody's doing the same thing, but that's an ineffectual thing, it's not going to make me go up very much. So that's one thing. The other part I would say, though, one of the items that declined the most, and this is like, the correlation coefficient here is like 1.0. Where did that go? Right here. The social and emotional needs of all students are being met. That and the 2 discipline questions, they will go hand in hand. When students feel more supported socially and emotionally, everything else goes up along with it. So a couple of points there. It's not so much, I guess, the consistency, it's the policies, and it has everything to do with how you can support social and emotional students. But once again, I don't know if this makes you feel better, but I don't know if you're a good company, but you're a large company, with that being towards the bottom of something that's going on here.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, you bet.
Board Member Levy?
Thank you. Do school perceptions provide recommendations with some record of success related to survey data for boards that want to set district goals or to incorporate this into strategic plans? Like, this is amazing data. Do you have recommendations for how we improve the experience for our students and staff based on the data that's been collected?
We do, yeah. So my role tonight is to give you the data and let you digest it a little bit. And then my colleague, Derek Gottlieb, we just poached him away from being an education professor. That's kind of his world. Like, okay, you got this data. Now, we'll work with you to figure out what it is you want to prioritize, or an understanding like, in this area, you're going to get the most bang for your buck. And also, here are some things you can do. Here are some resources. And also, I think one of the biggest things we've taken a step forward with in the last couple of years is, we're kind of a mile wide and an inch deep. And so we see some districts that are really rocking it. And we're like, great, on to the next. What we can do better, and what we've tried to do better over the last year, is saying, who's really doing this well? Glendale, River Hills, or Medford, or whatever. Go talk to them, and because we're all under the same funding structure. Everybody, much like I heard the discussion before, everybody's under the realm of a operational referendum. There's a lot to be learned here from districts that are doing really well. What's their secret? How come their communication is so good? Why is their discipline so good? So, long story short, my colleague Derek will do that. He'll work with you to figure out what it is you want to prioritize, what those resources can be from both an academic and practitioner perspective. And then third, what are some other districts in Wisconsin or in our region that are really rocking it that you can beg, borrow, and steal from?
Thank you so much. And I don't know if this is on your radar or not, but I would love to attend a school perceptions workshop, maybe at the next WASB conference, and learn some of this, like what are the trends across the state and what are some things we can all be doing better. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you bet. We didn't get picked this year, so I'll put you down as a reference, and maybe that'll help next year.
Any other board member questions or comments? Thank you, Mr. Demuse. Dr. Garrison?
Sure. So thank you, Mr. Demuse. Thank you, Ms. Didi, for the presentation. One of the things that I want to let you all know is naturally this is the first step, just like an audit almost, as it pertains to what we share with the board. And the next steps will be, of course, I'll meet with the PEA. We'll have some conversations around this as well. From there, of course, we'll look at some opportunities in which we can kind of grow. Naturally, there are some things in the presentation that we want to see better in. We'll probably bring that back to the administrative team. There's an administrative meeting that, as an example, even next week. The goal is, of course, is to keep getting better in this space, and hopefully that these scores will continue to reflect what we all want to see here in our school district. So I just want to make sure I noted that those are some of the immediate next steps that we'll see in this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison, Mrs. Almendarez, and Mr. Demuse for this information. Before we move on to the next item, we are approaching the 8 o'clock hour, so we don't have to interrupt our next session, our next presenters. Can I get a motion to extend the meeting by 30 minutes to 8:30, please?
So moved.
Motion by Brian Nichols. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Greg Schneider. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Our next item is the district self-insured insurance plan. Mrs. Almendarez is presenting this with Seth Frisbee, the employee benefits specialist from Tricor Insurance, and the purpose of this item is for information only. Thank you.
And so thank you so much, Mrs. Johnson. I just want to make sure I jumped in real quick. This has been a conversation that's been happening for about 2 years with us here in the school district as it pertains to our health plan. One of the things that we want to make sure is to have this conversation as it pertains to the difference between self-insured versus fully insured, looking at our numbers. This was a conversation that also came up, not just in internal conversations, but also at the ad hoc level, as well as the board. I'm having conversations around our insurance plans. We know that we did make some changes to our insurance plans, and so we wanted to make sure that we captured some of this conversation as we are moving forward into the next school year. And then now I'll turn it over to Mrs. Almendarez. I just want to give that general overview.
Thank you very much. And I would like to call up Ms. Cindy McKillips, who is a member of my team that is very instrumental in administering and managing all things benefits. She's the person who quietly does everything, and we don't even know she's there sometimes, but I want to acknowledge and thank her for all the work that she does. And without further ado, Mr. Seth Frisbee.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me this evening and for extending our time out. So I'll try not to take up the full 30 minutes. Wanted to get together today, 20 minutes. Wanted to get together today, really the overview that we had put together, we reviewed with Dr. Garrison a couple weeks ago, and it was really to illustrate the key differences between a fully insured health plan and a self-insured plan that the district has had now for decades. This is something that myself, my team, and the team behind me here with the district look at on an annual basis and reevaluate along with every aspect of the health plan. So with the presentation, we really wanted to get into the weeds a little bit with where the district ranks from benchmarking data with other districts in the state of Wisconsin, look at the fully insured environments, updates that can be made due to being fully insured as a possibility, the self-insured environment we currently operate in, options that are available from there, and then the trends that we're seeing with the current plan year and something that we'll continue to evaluate as we kind of work up until the 9/1 renewal cycle and going out to market. So the first slide that we'll touch on is just the benchmark data. And just really to summarize the data here, the district overall is falling right in the middle of a lot of districts in the state of Wisconsin. The bracketed on top represents the single plan data that is submitted to the Wisconsin Department of Administration. The bracket on the bottom represents the family plan data that's submitted. This started a few years ago where districts self-report this data and it's collected and searchable on a public website. We carve the data into a couple of different data sets. The self-funded on the very top for 2024's plan year for all the districts that choose to self-fund, the fully insured districts just under that, and then we did break into South Central Wisconsin, some of the smaller mid-sized districts in our area, and then a more comparable large district. Sorry, am I getting too close to the, so.
Were you talking to me?
No, there's just feedback. So, along with a comparable large district in our immediate area that a few years ago made the decision to move from a self-insured environment to a fully insured environment. Okay. And then we have our school district of Beloit references down for the 2024 plan year at the very bottom of each section and the current plan year of 2025 down there below. So just some observations here. If you look at the total monthly premium, and again, premium is a little bit of a differentiation between what it's representing when you're fully insured and self-insured. When you're fully insured, it is truly the premium that you're paying on a monthly basis into a carrier. When you're self-insured, like the district is, we have an independent actuary that puts that information together, and it's more considered what's called a funding rate. The funding rate is what's used to work with the payroll deductions and evaluate what is going to be the basis of the payroll deductions for what the employees are going to pay, what the district's going to fund from a month-to-month basis into the claims pool. Okay. So really, when you look at the data to the statewide data in the top two categories, the district from a premium standpoint falls right in the middle of both the self-insured outperforming those from a cost standpoint, slightly above the fully insured districts. If you go over to the right in the middle of the employer contribution percentage, you'll notice one item that the district outperforms everyone, I guess in a positive way from an employee standpoint, is the overall contribution level that the employees are currently paying towards their monthly premium is far less than most districts in the state of Wisconsin that are now sitting at the 88% maximum, 12% contribution rate. Our plan that we have with the district is a HSA high deductible plan, and like many districts that have that, we do make contributions to that HSA account. 2 years ago, we did update that to minimize that and save on some fixed cost. We also lowered the deductible to accommodate for that. You'll see again just that the district, as far as the contributions of $500 for an individual and $1,000 for family, is right in line of being more competitive when you compare that to other self-insured organizations and falls slightly short when you're looking at fully insured. Now, the reason for that lies in the plan design details to the right. You'll see our deductible is far lower for a single individual and for family, along with the maximum out of pocket is far lower than what you see with our fully insured organizations in and around the state. Self-insured has taken a very similar path that we have at the district here of having a deductible that really is sitting at what the lowest deductible allowed under IRS rule would allow, which would be the current plan year of $1,600 for an individual, $3,200 for a family in a non-embedded deductible environment. Any questions there? All right. So we'll get into fully insured. And again, fully insured is something we look at continuously on an annual basis. So again, just to paint a picture of exactly what a fully insured environment it is really you're purchasing health insurance, right? You're purchasing a contract. A carrier is agreeing to take on the medical risk of your employee population for the 12-month period. You're going to pay a premium to them to do that, right? So with fully insured, there's advantages and drawbacks as with each plan setup. Really, the advantages of the fully insured environment is fixed cost premium, so a premium that is billed on a monthly basis based on the membership for that month. Simplified invoicing, reduced administration effort, there's just less to manage, and more of a kind of set it and forget it mentality. So once you go through renewal, you go through open enrollment, the rates are set, really don't touch it until the renewal cycle starts again the following year. Okay? Some of the drawbacks with fully insured is just overall lack of control. Again, you're paying a carrier for their services. They don't give you much control back. Reduced ability to really proactively address high cost areas showing in the data for the health plan. If there is profitability with the plan, meaning that the claims came in lower than the funding rate was set up for, and things like prescription rebates come into play, those are all going back to the carrier's profit. Those aren't coming back to the district as they would today. Okay? And then HMO carriers that are pretty prevalent in our area represent just a smaller overall network options than a lot of our self-insured plans would offer. Tighter windows, less providers overall. So last year's data we included in the presentation. So when we looked at fully insured plans for the district, it really boiled down to, not surprising, 3 of our regional HMO carriers, Dean Health Plan, Mercy Care, as well as Quartz Health Insurance. The 2 that were the predominant ones that we were strongly considering was a dual option offering, as a lot of districts do, with both Dean Health Plan and Mercy Care, allowing each employee to choose which option they would like to move forward with, usually based on price and availability of in-network providers. So Dean Health Plan was going to be the core of that. I had agreed to be a dual option with Mercy Care. Their HMO network in our local area includes Beloit Health and SSM facilities in general. You will see there is a second category of cost laid out there for the PPO network. So obviously we do have district employees that live outside of the HMO network area. They would be offered a PPO network or a national network that would give them providers in network closer to where they live. Because these carriers do not control that network and have to rent that network, it's usually a third party, you'll see the premium are higher for individuals that have to elect that plan or be offered that plan. Okay. The next was Mercy Care Health Insurance. So again, this was going to be offered in conjunction as an option with Dean Health Plan. Mercy would just be their HMO network, and for all intents and purposes, Mercy's network is Mercy Care, is Mercy Health. There is not a PPO option needed, but you'll see the annual premium slightly elevated versus where we were at with Dean Health Plan. And then the third option that did come to the table was Quartz Health Insurance. Quartz was in the mix from a pricing perspective when you compare it to Mercy Health. It's a plan with Mercy Care. However, Courts is currently unwilling to be a dual option candidate, meaning that they were unable to work with Mercy. They wanted the district as a whole. Courts has a very large network that includes UW, both in the Rockford market, Madison market, Beloit Health System here. Their issue with their network right now, which will be resolved in the next year, is that they don't have a provider in network in the city of Janesville. So any district employees that live north of Beloit, in and around Janesville area, would not have a in-network provider in their city. They'd have to travel either south or north to Madison to render services. So this was the reason we chose not to move forward with courts for further consideration. Yep. Any questions there?
Board Member Hankins?
Yes, thank you very much for this. I would imagine our history generates the premium. I mean, it goes into any insurance rate goes by history. And our history of using insurance or needing insurance, and you go back to workman's comp and we got dropped, and that all plays into our premium rate. What is the number that, just explain, is what I'm saying kind of true? Is that true?
In a fully insured environment, yes.
Yes.
Rarely does a fully insured health plan have a negative renewal, right? So it is this ever increasing insurance policy as the medical risk continues to grow over time, cost increase over time, and medical trend, which is, in a vacuum, the minimum increase that's going to be seen for the same level of claims from a year prior to a year now, roughly is about 9% on a year-to-year basis.
Is the Beloit School District in a higher bracket comparatively when you look around?
Again, every employer group is a little bit different, presents
Yeah.
its own medical risk. So, if you had a high-cost cancer claimant or gene therapy claimant that another group doesn't have, it's not always like an apples-to-apples comparison because every underwriting risk is going to be different from a group-to-group standpoint.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member Levy?
Thank you. Two questions. The first is, it's my understanding that one of the benefits of using a self-funded insurance plan is a positive impact on cash flow. So if you could briefly explain how that is realized, and two, has that been the experience in our district? And then I have one other question.
Sure. Do you mind if I jump down a couple slides? We have data just to get to.
Do you want the other question? Then I can just hold the first one. Okay, perfect. What is the timeline in the kind of the timeline and the length of time it would take for our district, if down the road we thought this would be a better fit, to transition from self-funded to fully funded? Is that you can just adjust to the next open enrollment cycle, or is that something that takes longer?
Yep, thank you. A common question. So the transition to fully insured can be immediate. There's a tail that occurs to kind of close out the self-insured plan, and we'll touch on that with some of the data later as well. The common question is, well, can we go back to self-insured if we miss it? And the answer is yes, you can flip back. However, what happens is, one of the advantage of a self-insured program is all the cost containment strategies that go into it and additional programs that yield savings. Those take usually 2 to 3 years to really get up and running. So you kind of lose that momentum. There's a great reset there, and then you're kind of starting from ground zero again and building that over time. So.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So getting into the self-insured environment, a very different mentality overall. I always label this as you're purchasing health care at this point, right? So no longer are you paying an insurance company to assume your risk for the next 12 months. You, as a district, assume the risk and pay the claims as they're adjudicated or as they occur throughout the year. So currently, there's 3 main partners that we have selected to run and assist the district with running their self-insured program. The most important is your TPA, or your third-party administrator. So that's historically been Prairie States Enterprises for about the past 13 years. They worked with the district in a little different capacity that I know Cindy would remember, where they were just dealing with high claimants before that. But they've been the TPA partner for a number of years, and really the TPA partner, for all intents and purposes, is the insurance company. They're the one that the members are going to call if they have questions. They adjudicate the claims. They produce the explanation of benefits. They do all the medical management side of things. So they're kind of the hub of your plan. Next would be the pharmacy benefit administrator or pharmacy benefit manager. This again is the pharmacy side of the benefit. They go out, negotiate all the pricing and rebates with your drug manufacturers, put together what's called a formulary, which is basically a list of covered medications for your plan and how they're going to be covered underneath the plan. And then your medical network, which our medical network historically has been the Alliance Trilogy Network. Again, another powerful value add to our current plan is just the availability of in-network providers. The Alliance Trilogy regionally, based out of Madison and Milwaukee, really matches Blue Cross's network in our area. Very, very inclusive, really between Rockford over to Madison and then over to Milwaukee in that zone. Okay. This next slide really illustrates the key difference to Mrs. Levy's question between the fully insured environment and the self-insured environment. So on the left is our fully insured environment, and really 100% of your cost are premium, right? You are paying a carrier for their service, right, and their assumption of risk. On the right, you'll see you still have some premium with our current plan, and that would be the stop-loss insurance. We'll touch on that in a minute. You see a very small amount of cost going towards your fixed cost to pay for the TPA, your network, your PBM services, and then in green, the majority of your cost come as far as the claims cost. Okay, so with the majority of the cost coming in for the form of claims cost, again, you are not paying that expense unless it's a expense for the district, unless someone walks into a physician's office and renders that service, right? So to Mrs. Levy's question on cash flow, the money stays in the district's pocket longer and potentially forever if that money's not spent. Okay. So some of the advantages of a self-insured plan really, again, are the opposites of what we touched on with fully insured. Increased control and flexibility, ability to offset cost with other bolt-on programs, using the data that's provided to you to react to that and not necessarily have to wait till renewal to do that. Rebates are coming to you from the prescription program. Some of the drawbacks are just active management. It does take a lot more work on the administration team to manage this program throughout the year. We get together at least quarterly to do claim review meetings. We're constantly talking, having conversations on other programs and how we can further implement these programs to cost contain the current claims that are rendering through the plan. I mentioned stop-loss insurance a little bit earlier. So even though the district is self-insured, you do purchase what's called a fully insured stop-loss coverage over top, which works to capitate the overall risk. So there is 3 layers that we currently have in place, just to give you a little insight into the reinsurance. The first is our specific stop-loss. So this is the most utilized area of stop-loss. It is a value that's placed over each member that is on the health plan. So that member cannot supersede, in our case, $275,000 worth of claims in a given plan year. Okay. The next is an aggregating specific deductible. So once members, or if members, start to accumulate claims that go over that $275,000 mark, the overages go to satisfy the separate group deductible of $115,000. The reason why, and this has been in place for a number of years, a lot of our groups have elected to add this to their contract, it is optional, is it's a dollar for dollar trade-off with premium. So if we took this out of the current stop-loss contract, the premium and the fixed cost that the district would pay for their stop-loss contract would increase by $115,000. So we always cherish the ability to keep the dollar in our client's pocket the longest, just in case it doesn't get spent, right, instead of paying for it on the front end. So that's where the aggregating specific comes in. And then the overall aggregate stop loss is your ultimate protection, essentially in a very, very high claim year where you have a lot of high claimants, a lot of people hitting that spec deductible. This capitates the overall risk of the plan. Now, this is done in 2 ways. So the aggregate stop loss is factored in on the claims that they expect, and then where the plan will fully reimburse the district back for claims up and above that amount. So for the current year, when they issued the renewal September 1st, the carrier estimated that claims would be roughly about $12.8 million. They set the maximum claim threshold at $16 million. And the way they get to that number is called a corridor. They basically take your expected claims, add an additional 25% to that, and that's what that threshold is. Okay. So looking at the data of really where we've been with our current plan, we always need, with a self-funded plan, to look at kind of a rolling 5-year trend, because there's higher peaks and valleys, to Mrs. Levy's question, on cash flow throughout the year. So with this, if we look back, dating back to September of 2020 through the August of 21 plan year, we have our claims that were paid out, medical and pharmacy, our fixed cost TPA fees, network fees, and stop loss premium. And then we do have reimbursements, right? So we get reimbursements back from that stop loss contract throughout the year. So the credits that you see, stop loss reimbursements there, along with your prescription rebates that have been realized each year. So on the far right in green, your total cost is the true net cost that the district has had for the health plan over the course of the past 5 years. So dating back to 2020, you'll see that's $12.4 million. The next year, it was up 12.5%. The following year, we went backwards 13.5%, so a net 1.5% increase there. Last year was a higher claim year overall, so we were up 24.9%. However, this year, through the first 4 months of the plan year, we're trending down 17%. Now, I called Dee Dee today. We did get the numbers in for January and this morning. January was a very low claim month for paid claims as well. So if you factored in the January claims, the actual trend year over year through 5 full months is actually 39% lower than we were at last year. So again, that cash flow, that's roughly $1.9 million, which has not been spent on the plan that was spent on the plan last year at the same time frame. So our average increase with the plan over that 5-year period is roughly 2.6%, okay, which is far lower than general medical trend would support. Okay. So if we bring the two sides together, and this is what we do on an annual basis during a renewal, we're really looking at if we move fully insured, what's that future going to look like compared to if we stay self-insured. Not knowing exactly how the enrollment would sift out during open enrollment, we modeled out both Dean and Mercy with 100% of enrollment in each. The first year, and again, Mrs. Levy's question on the run out that occurs with the self-funded plan, you'll see on that first year we have $2.394 million. That is the average run out that would have occurred over the past 5 years, along with the TPA fees that the district would have to pay the TPA for staying around for the first 6 months of that plan year to adjudicate those run out claims. Okay. So in yellow, that's really your transition year. Again, if you look solely at Dean, there's some savings on the table there. If you look at Mercy Care, it would actually be more expensive that first year of transition to a fully insured plan because of those run out fees. Okay. Second year, both plan options provide some level of savings. If you merge the two together, though, under $1 million. Okay. However, by year 2, 3, and 4, you'll see that starts to dissipate. And again, solely looking at Dean alone, there may be savings on the table through year 4, but by year 5, that plan would exponentially be more expensive. Dual option with Mercy Care, you can see Mercy Care essentially with their rates from last year would have offered about a year worth of savings before those plans would have been higher than our trend would have been. Now, the increases that are built into this pro forma is 10% for the first 2 years for fully insured. We had a 2-year rate cap not to exceed offered by both carriers. So they would cap the district's renewal, the first 2 renewal cycles at 10%. From there, trying to be as conservative as possible, year 3, 4, 5, we estimated that at 12%. We That's a very conservative increase. If you remember the benchmarking data before, the district of similar size recently just had an 18% increase for one carrier and a 21% increase for the other carrier. Over on the self-insured side, the first 2 years, we labeled that a 3% trend to match our current trend, and then increased that to 5% for year 3, 4, 5. Again, just trying to be as conservative with our estimates as possible. Cost containment programs that we do have in place that are slowly taking effect as the plan year goes on. We've got 2 really running now, an alternate prescription sourcing program, and then a program that works with some of the highest claimants on the plan. Obviously, if you're a high claimant dealing with a lot of medical issues, you're paying a lot out of pocket. So they look for alternate options for you to receive your coverage through charitable donations or other sources. The great thing is we do have one participant that has taken advantage of that. The cost backs to the district at the bottom there you see is $120,000. That claimant produced $480,000 worth of claims last year, so our net savings for the plan is $360,000 for the upcoming year. In addition to that, up above the prescription savings program, we are expecting another $215,000 worth of savings to that. We altered the plan design last year to help enhance that. So our net additional savings for these cost containment programs that we can put into a self-insured environment, we're expecting another $575,000, which again is leading into that trend that we're seeing with the claims thus far for the year. Okay. So I know that was a lot, and I went over, I apologize. So any questions overall?
Any board member questions? Mrs. Levy, or Board Member Levy?
Thank you. Just a quick one. Do you see districts that are self-insured couple that decision with some sort of like healthy living incentives? My memory with the district is long enough. When I was an employee here, you could connect to a program with your Fitbit or your Apple Watch or whatever, and you could earn money or gift cards or things for individual challenges or group challenges. And have you seen that coupling of that program have a positive impact financially for districts that do that?
We still have our program in place today. Wellness programs are great options to enhance employees' experience with wellness as a personal goal, their interaction with the health plan itself. Unfortunately, because cost of extreme care has gotten so high, cancers, medication, wellness programs' effect on cost has been minimized over time. And so again, it's a great option to have. It really helps support people that have those healthy habits or to get back to healthy habits. It just doesn't create that total cost mitigation that we used to see long ago. So
thank you.
You're welcome.
Board Member Anderson?
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Frisbee. I think I had a bunch of things written down, and as you went through, you kind of answered a lot of them, so I don't have to ask them, so good job. So I guess I'll get to, I think what I'm hearing is, insurance at its core is made to spread risk, right? And so I think a district this size, that gives us the ability to spread that risk enough to justify the self-funding. And it sounds like you have the ability to pull a lot more levers under a self-funded plan to help us keep our costs down than you would if we choose a fully insured plan. Is that accurate?
Correct, yeah. And again, it's all medical risk, right? So as long as the medical risk stays manageable, but to your point, the levers are there, the cost containment programs are there. When you move to a fully insured environment, you lose that a little bit, right? So you get your 2 or 3 year not to exceed rate caps. Once those comes off, you're kind of on a roller coaster ride of whatever your claims experience is for that carrier. So again, when you see districts seeing 18 to 21% increases, there's really nothing you can do about that. There's no other programs you could in place because you're working in the ecosystem of that carrier.
Okay, thanks.
Yes.
Any other board member questions or comments? Board Member Hankins?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Frisbee. This is new to me, but the stop loss, I mean, I think I'm hearing that, like in a catastrophic thing, and I know there's a cap on it, but the district pays it and then we get reimbursed back.
Correct. Correct.
Okay.
I just want to share a comment real quick. Mr. Frisbee was talking a little bit about what we're running 25% below last year's claims. So in our budget model, going back to the referendum and the budget forecast, we're using a 10% increase in claims there. So if that holds true throughout the remainder of the year, that 10% can likely become less and provide some financial relief to the district, reduce the budget deficit, et cetera. So just kind of mental note there for you as well.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Seth. Unless there are any other questions from the board? Thank you so much for coming out tonight and providing this invaluable information. I appreciate all you do.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Frisbee. Thank you, Mrs. Almendarez. It is 8:29, so I will entertain another extension of the meeting to go to 9 o'clock.
So moved.
Second?
Motion by Megan Miller, seconded by Brian Nichols. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion. Our next item is the board pay discussion. The purpose of this is to discuss the change in board compensation. The background on this is the Board of Education Policy Committee and Board of Education discussed revisions to its compensation and expenses policy, policy number 164, in December of 2018. At that time, the current policy indicated a rate of $187.50 per meeting with compensation not to exceed $375. Additionally, board members received another $100 per month for travel and general expenses. The revisions to the policy at that time included raising the compensation per meeting to $225 per meeting for a total not to exceed the amount of $450 and removing the extra $100 per month for travel and general purposes. There were also other revisions proposed. These revisions were sent to the full board in January 2019, and the motion to approve failed. On March 26, 2019, the final approval stated that board members are compensated $450 per month for board service and general expenses total, no longer two separate amounts. To the best of the current administration's knowledge, the administration at that time did not share this policy change information with the then payroll coordinator in order to make the change to the Skyward system. Some further background information. Prior to this change in the board compensation in 2019, all board members received $475 per month. It appears there was a lapse in communication between the then superintendent and the administrator who would have executed that change. The policy that was adopted is the current Policy 164, which reads, Board of Education members are compensated $450 per month for board service and general expenses. Board members may also request reimbursement for lost wages incurred while performing board duties. Reimbursement will be limited to actual lost wages or $200 per day, whichever is less. The maximum number of days for which a member could seek reimbursement at any one time is capped at 3 days per month. Board member attendance at meetings is one of the most important duties of a board member and is critical to the success of the board. Each board member is expected to attend meetings. Board members will have occasional situations that prohibit meeting attendance, and in such cases shall notify the board president and superintendent that they are unable to attend a meeting. Accommodations will be made for electronic participation in a meeting if requested by a board member. Roll call will be taken at each meeting. A member participating electronically will be counted as present. Board member attendance will be documented by the board secretary and available to the public on board docs and under Board of Education on the district's website. Board attendance will be included in the annual board self-evaluation. Compensation increases associated with this policy shall take effect in April following the approval of that policy revision. A board member may elect to waive their compensation in whole or in part. So that's the current policy that was changed back in 2019. On December 23rd, Mr. Chady sent us board members an email detailing this oversight, and it states, given that there are 4 months remaining January to April in the current board member's term, I intend to have payroll adjust future board member compensation payments to $400 a month, $1,600 remaining divided by 4 months yet to pay for the previously noted months, making the above-mentioned adjustments for the remaining 4 months of the current school board term will ensure that no school board member would be compensated more than permitted by policy on an annual basis. School board member compensation will then be adjusted to $450 a month beginning May 2025 to align with current board policy. I did not receive a phone call regarding this error or the email. Being sent on December 23rd, I did not actually see the communication until after the holiday. When I read it, I immediately called Dr. Garrison to inform him this was not in accordance with actual current policy 164, which makes no reference to the board's annual payments, only monthly payments. Dr. Garrison informed me that it was too late to make changes as dictated by policy for the month of January. We agreed the change would follow board policy. We agreed the change would follow board policy would take place as soon as possible and that the matter on how to proceed would be decided by the board. Since the posting to tonight's agenda, I have received some phone calls from constituents regarding this matter. One concern is that board members should have seen this error. I would like to explain to the public that we board members do not receive a paper or an electronic check statement or pay stub. This would have to be accessed through Skyward. To my knowledge, board members have not received instruction on how to access the Skyward account. As for receiving information on 1099s, yes, board members do receive an annual 1099 statement. However, many people use an accountant to use or a tax processor to file their taxes. My point is, it was not just this current set of board members who did not notice this error. It has been quite a few years of various board members not noticing this overpayment. The board does not administer the policies, the board sets the policy. It is only with board action that any policy can be changed. For this reason, it is on tonight's agenda as a discussion action item. For this situation, the board should decide how to correct the administrative errors regarding Policy 164. It is my hope that we can come to a decision on how we want to make any corrective actions in as fair a manner as possible and for us to work in unity rectifying this situation. At this point, I will open the floor for board questions or comments. Mrs. Levy?
Thank you, Board President Johnson. I think you beautifully laid out the situation. Here is my concern. I think it's wholly appropriate for the administration to point out discrepancies. I think it is wholly inappropriate for the administration to decide how the discrepancies should be remedied. And I'm a fan of fairness and consistency. And so when I look at us, my position on it is, how would I handle this if this was a district employee? And what I would do is, once the oversight has come to our notice, then you correct it from that point moving forward. But to adjust pay to kind of offset with the remaining 4 months, would not be my way to go. Once you acknowledge it, you set it to the 450 moving forward. But again, if we're just going, and final point, if there is a discrepancy between policy and practice, then the board decides what changes. Is it the policy or is it the practice? Because if we're just identifying where we are outside of policy and just making those adjustments without that going through the board, then somebody should make a deposit to the fund balance to get us at 14% of our budget, because that's in policy. So we need to be consistent in how we handle things, and I am concerned that the decision was made before the board had an opportunity to have this conversation. So I'm glad it's on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Levy. Any other board members have questions? Board Member Hankins?
I'm kind of confused because, that we did get the email and I thought we'd all talk about it, but I did notice when I called the bank, the telebank thing, and my pay was considerably less than normal, and it was like it was already enacted. I'm just wondering where that authorization came from. If we're now talking about it, to do it, so something was done already.
So you're referring to your January payment?
That is correct.
Yes, yes. And as I had mentioned, when I read the email, I contacted Dr. Garrison. By that time, that late date in December, the changes to the January payments had already been made, and it was too late to unchange them. So
Again, who made those changes without board approval?
I'll answer that question. So when we found out this was a concern, two things happened. One, when we found out, so let me just put it on the table. Whenever there's errors in our funding, I've always tried to, of course, bring it to the board and have that discussion. Okay, and so I do note that this is a concern from the board, from both Mrs. Levy and now, of course, I'm hearing you have that same concern, Mr. Hankins. Sorry. One of the things that I want to note is that in absence, when we have to follow policy. And so what I was attempting to do, and Mr. Chady, was to follow policy and not run into the conversation around overpayments and knowing that we was going to have to bring this back to the board for discussion. Of course, that was my discussion with Mrs. Johnson in general, and in hopes that we can have this discussion now. Again, I know from the board perspective that, you all believe that we probably should have came here. But again, the policy states what the policy states, and I was trying to alleviate the administration and not following policy, and that's something that that's kind of where we made that decision. Now, of course, Mr. Chady did have this conversation with me after. I wanted to make sure that we had the right information, so I did want to do some digging around what happened, and so that's why you see both the background information and, of course, a lot of the information that Mrs. Johnson was able to share as well. So I wanted to make sure we went back and looked at kind of where did this start, where did this happen, how did this happen, how long it's been going on. And once I realized it's been going on for almost 7 years, what was it, 2018, 19, 6 years, that was also very concerning because it's been quite some time that this has been an error in our offices, unbeknownst both Mr. Chady and myself, until we found out.
Vice President Nichols?
Thank you. Well, Board President Johnson, you did a beautiful job of setting the stage, and Board Member Levy, I you did a great job of expressing your opinions and facts. And I, this is just, I don't, again, I don't know how it happened, but we can't change it. Can't change the past. It happened. But as far as I'm concerned, we were paid money that we didn't deserve. Everybody, all the way back to whenever it started, we were paid money that we weren't, it wasn't for us. So I'm of the opinion that we should repay the money all the way, this current board should pay the money all the way back to the start of their terms. And as far as beyond that, I think that's a whole nother legal issue that we would have to get probably legal involved. But I think in the interest of transparency for the public, we need to show them that we're taking everything seriously. So, and that's my opinion.
Thank you, Vice President Nichols. Board Member Megan Miller.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm curious still to hear the thoughts of my colleagues, and I'll probably just yield to the will of the board. I mean, I guess I just wanted to take the opportunity to point out that this is why stability of leadership is important. And if Board President Johnson did a nice job setting all this up for us. I just want to go back to the posting background, and it talks about how all of this occurred during one of many interim superintendent terms in the 18-19 school year. And while this is like a thorny thing that we're working through, I really appreciate that our administration is trying to get on top of this. I appreciate that we're collaborating as a board and an administration to resolve this. And I just think that the stability of leadership and clarity of communication that's currently happening and going forward is just key. So things like this don't happen, so we can be more transparent and more responsible, et cetera. So curious to hear more thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you, Board Member Miller. Board Member Anderson?
Yeah, thanks. So I guess when I saw the email, I'm like, okay, that's seems like a minor thing. I love the common sense approach by Bob to say, well, if we do this, we can kind of make it right. So I understand the approach, but Board Member Levy makes a great point that we need that repetitive process of following policy, and let's do it the right way. And to Board Member Nichols' point, I think we can control and claw back the current board going back to when the 7 of us started, which is only going back till last April, right? And then the rest of it could be a legal thing because, not everybody was on the board going back past the last term. So from a policy standpoint, we could say, let's adjust the amounts for February, March, and April to whatever amount would make it right for this fiscal, from this, not term, because it's a 3-year term, but for this last year. And then the rest, we decide how, you could make an ask to everybody, but I think, if you did that for this year, I would support, the kind of approach that Bob was trying to get to of making it right for this year, going back to last April.
Thank you. Board Member Hankins?
Yes, I agree wholeheartedly with the comments of these 7 board members. That's the only ones we can control. And I think absolutely repaying the district the money that we are overpaid it's the right thing to do. So I'm all in favor of something that we set up through payroll that, and I agree. Let's go back to April when I was elected and Tia was elected also, and start there and just control these 7. I mean, the other thing's a wild animal, and I don't know, again, you talk about legal, I think it's going to get ugly, but, we're talking some bigger dollars that, it's nobody's fault. I don't think this is a blame game thing. It's just, how do we make it right? So I appreciate I think my nod is to readjust our pay from now until April, when our term expires, or this board ends, and try to give that money back. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Hankins. Board Member Greg Schneider, you're the only board member who has not weighed in. Do you have any thoughts that you'd like to share?
I mean, I have no concerns about going back to April and making it correct for this time. I just think, in business, if the company makes a mistake and overpays, they don't always go back after the employee and say, okay, now pay back everything that you received, especially if we weren't aware of what that difference was. So, I mean, to go back beyond earlier than that just doesn't make sense. Since most things on the board go from election time to election time, from May to the end of April, it would make sense to go back and do the compensation from that point.
Thank you, Board Member Schneider. Any other questions, Mr. Hankins, or Board Member Hankins?
Yeah, and just to go with what Mr. Schneider said, that we're in a different situation. We're not the private sector. We're dealing with taxpayer dollars. It's their money, and it's not a company's money. So it reinforces the idea of making it right.
Thank you, and thank you for all board members for sharing your thoughts. Board Member Levy?
Thank you. Just to reiterate, I don't have a problem with making the adjustment for this year, so it is what it should be. What my problem is that authority does not lie with the administration. So my problem is not what happened, but the way it happened. And Dr. Garrison, you responded, but the question wasn't answered. Like, why did the administration feel that you had the authority to make that decision instead of having this conversation with the board? And again, if we're just strictly following policy, which I'm a fan of, who's making the deposit to the fund balance? Because we're out of compliance with policy with that percentage.
Thank you, Board Member Levy. I appreciate all of us board members weighing in on this. It's, as I mentioned, it's not so much the dollar amount, because $25 a month I don't think is going to make or break any board member. It's the process and the need for transparency. I am disappointed as board president how this was handled. We do have a policy that is an absence of policy where the superintendent does have some authority to take action. However, that those actions need to be in consultation with the board president. Again, I received the same email everybody else here did. So what I would like to see here tonight, again, all of us working in unity and trying to support our superintendent, our cabinet in making this right and figuring out, okay, we have found a mistake, an error in our system. How can we all work together to make this better so that we don't have these types of mistakes again? It is very unfortunate that this is occurring, or this has occurred at this moment when we are also asking our taxpayers for more money. And when I think about, I sat down, I calculated out about how much I would have to pay back. It's not a lot, but to a teacher, that extra few $100s would mean a lot if that could go to classroom supplies. So we are at the point in our financial crisis, every penny counts. So even though it's 25 isn't a lot to us, it is a lot to some people. Dr. Garrison?
I agree with what the board is saying. the board's responsibility is to, work through policy making, and it is our job as administrators to administer the policy as well. To answer Mrs. Levy's question, that is the direction that I took, and it wasn't to, put us in a space where we weren't going to be in agreement, but it was in a space where I believed that we had to, of course, follow policy and administer that policy. Now, with that being stated, I know there's thoughts about going back and doing back pay. And I'm as an administrator, I got to be honest with you all, I kind of side with Mr. Schneider. It was not you all's fault. This board's fault, and even previous board's fault. This was an administration thing that happened back in 2018, and I don't think anyone sitting on this board was here then at that time. And so that's so long. I hate to say so long ago. That is 6 years ago, where something happened, and here we are in 2025, trying to figure out what is the best next steps. Again, I don't think it's anyone on this board's fault, and so I'm not sure if I 100% agree that you all should go back to when you all got on the board and start thinking about back paying. It could look different because now that's just this board. And again, I know there's previous boards involved in this as well, and like you said, that's a legal matter there as well. My goal has always been to be transparent, and that's why I'm bringing this conversation forward. Because if I did, then it'll come back somehow differently. So here we are again, and this is not the first time I brought transparent financial mistakes that previous administrations had to kind of work through to the board. How we moved in this space was based off of administering the policy. It wasn't to again negate the conversation and or the action of the board. The board could right now say, we want to keep everything the same as an action. It could. The board could say right now, move us back to what we were. The board could say that, and as an action. Or the board could say, what we've already put forth to you all, which is there's a way that we can rectify this year, and you all still will get paid what the policy states. And then we can bring this back at a policy conversation to possibly even change it or not. Those are different options that this board could take. And so I wanted to make sure I did answer Mrs. Levy's question. Again, it may not be the response that anyone on this board is looking for, but it was the direction that I believe that we were just trying to administer the policy that the board has set forth, or in this case, previous board set forth that we didn't change.
Thank you. Board Member Miller?
Thanks. So however we land here, I'm going to take something that's a little off topic and weave it in. We've talked in the past about reestablishing the foundation that exists on paper but not in practice. And I know that there are a number of community members that are interested in doing that. Depending on where we land with the decision on how to deal with this, I think a really great option for board members current or past that might want to make right, any overpayment that was done might be to help create kind of some seed money for that foundation, which could be a nice way to jumpstart that whole concept. But I just wanted to throw that out there. Thanks.
Thank you. Board Member Anderson?
Yeah, so I think in the interest of time, I don't think we should meet out a new policy here tonight. It can certainly go through policy committee, and we can decide we get paid $0 a month to $10,000 a month. That's it's a discussion, and I think we can have that. But for the purposes, you don't want to have that? For the purposes of making things right, is there an appetite to say, look, for February, pay us $225, one-time adjustment, that way current policy stays in place? Because $225 would capture the $25 extra for the 9 months that we've been overpaid by $25. That way current policy stays in place, and it's a one-time adjustment for February, and then we can make whatever policy we want going forward in due time.
Thank you, Board Member Anderson. Did you include the -50 from January in your calculation?
I did not.
Okay. And then the other question I have is, well, I don't think we should change board policy tonight, we can suspend policy for a month or 2 or 3 and direct the administration how we want to do that.
If I may,
Certainly.
it sounds like the efforts of everybody is to correct the wrong. I believe the decision that was made in December does that already. By reducing the board members' pay to $400 a month, there is no repayment necessary by anybody. You get paid the full value, 450 times 12. So, did I overstep my bounds? I don't know. I guess that's for you to decide as the board. I see it as administration's job to administer the policy. The board's job is to set the policy, not necessarily to administer the policy. If you're going to administer the policy, you don't need the administrators to do that. Many in the public would be very thankful for you for that step. So I just, there's talk about the need to repay. That adjustment has already been incorporated, and that was communicated in that December email.
Thank you, Mr. Chady. And yes, you are right. The board sets the policy. The policy does not state anything about the annual board payment. It's a monthly board payment. That's where I think there was an error on behalf of this administration. And I see that Board Member Greg Schneider has his hand up.
I guess the question I have is just in consideration as we look forward to this, is that since I have waived my board stipend for the year, as was suggested earlier, just how would I then, I would need to work out a different arrangement to pay back or to correct the compensation for that, since I won't have any paychecks for them to deduct from.
Thank you, Board Member Schneider. It is 9 o'clock. I will entertain a motion to extend the meeting until 9:30.
So moved.
Was that Brian Nichols? That was Brian Nichols. Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Megan Miller. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Board Member Levy.
Thank you, and I'll be brief. I just want us to note that the type for this agenda item is discussion. Now, as I mentioned in the past, we could eliminate that altogether and just reiterate to the public that any item on the agenda, the board may take action on. However, because we listed discussion, I don't think it's appropriate for us to take action.
Thank you, Board Member Levy. Actually, it is listed under discussion board category, board action / discussion items. According to legal advice, we can take action on this.
Then just a quick question for clarification. When you click on the item, is there a reason the type is just discussion? Because I think that could be misleading to the public.
Just, I guess, an oversight. I don't know.
May I respond?
Yes, yes.
Okay. But item 6 says board action discussion items. So, okay.
Mine says both, but it said just discussion.
Mine says both.
No. We're not outside of the legal parameters to take action on this. Thank you. Any other board comments or thoughts? Dr. Garrison, you're...
Yes, just a final thought from administration. The work that the team has put into this conversation, I want to say thank you. To me, it was a worth discussion. It does help, to know, what direction we want to go in. I would hope that, like Mr. Chady had mentioned, what we did was in the 12 months this year, if we keep everything the same, everybody's fine. And again, that's always my heart, is our hearts, to be honest with you, try to, level set with policy and make this correction and everybody's fine. Now, if we want to do more from there, that was my part of the whole discussion tonight. Just want to make sure I put that back in there again.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison. So from the sounds of the board members, it sounds like we are all comfortable with going out to April at the $400 a month, so that this year will all be set, with the exception of Board Member Greg Schneider, who has chosen so graciously to waive the remainder of his board stipends. Would anyone like to make a motion suspending the policy 164 until April, so that the board members can receive the payment of $400 a month?
So moved.
I'll second.
Motion by Brian Nichols, seconded by Brian Anderson. Board Member Levy?
So just a question, and again, I appreciate what you outlined from legal, and it is under the header of discussion/action. But when you click on that item, up until a few minutes ago, it said discussion. So I'm wondering who made the change to action, comma, discussion?
When I printed out my agenda this morning, it says board action/discussion items, so I don't know why, and I printed it out from board docs, so I don't know why some of us are seeing just discussion.
No, and I think that the discrepancy, and I'll be brief, 6 absolutely says board action/discussion items. But when you click on 6D, until a few moments ago, it said discussion. And so, thank you, Ms. Shope, mystery solved. It was changed. I am voting nay for 2 reasons. One, I don't appreciate the way this was handled. I think it was inappropriate. Not that I have a problem with the content of what was done. And 2, if we are going to include those headers under the individual items, for me, that's a transparency issue. Because if I was a community member looking at this, they're not going to take action because it says discussion. So for us to change that in the middle of the meeting, I don't support. Thank you.
May I clarify?
Certainly.
So when you said that you might take action on the backside where I take minutes, in order for me to be able to take the motion in the minutes, I had to add action so that the motion box would pop up for me, not realizing it was going to change on the front side too for everybody else to see. So lesson learned there, but it's the only way I can get a motion box to pop up for me to be able to take the motion on the back side. So in the future, we'll just make sure that we mark things for both information and action, whether you need to take action or not, I guess.
Thank you, Mrs. Shope. And maybe this is a discussion to have with board docs, because the agenda item detail that I printed out this morning clearly states board action discussion items. So why there are these differences in how it's presented some places versus others.
I think
so
because we get to label things ourselves, and then you have to choose some of those labels. That's what makes it difficult.
And we'll talk about this later.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any other discussion? Board Member Hankins.
I think it's Mr. Cady. I don't know if he answers. Is there enough time now to readjust one way or the other the payroll for February?
So as currently intended to be administered, February, March, and April board members will receive $400. Right.
So it wasn't changed after December when we had the telephone conversation and I said, wait a minute, this is breaking board policy. It needs to get set back until the board discusses it?
January was when we made the change to the 400.
That's not what you said in December.
In December, our discussion was, well, I'll be honest with you, I don't remember all of that discussion since December. But I can tell you that when this was brought to me, I did have a conversation with Mr. Chady around what happened. I did want to go back and look at the policy. And from there, we had already made the changes in our system for January to occur. So that's where I'm at. That's where I've always been, is not to misinform anyone about any decisions that was made here. We've been very clear that this was to rectify the board's pay back to what it was supposed to be based off of the policy. And the $400 allowed us to do, for you all not to have to do any changes to your checks. And it will keep everybody, if one could argue, clean for this year without having an overpayment.
Bob, I'm just wondering, I'm not going back or rehashing what that was a comment. My comment was, when do you have to make the adjustment to payroll? Let's say we didn't want to do the 400. Is there time to change that for payroll for February?
I believe the answer to that would be yes. If I recall correctly, board members are paid on the last payroll of the month. So there would be time to make that adjustment if you want to go. If you want to go to the 450 and write the district a check, we can do that.
No, that wasn't what I was just getting at. What's the time frame of doing? Yeah, I know it has to go in whatever, through payroll, blah blah blah.
Yep.
But there's a time constraint if there was going to be a change to it. So it's set. Okay, thank you.
Board Member Anderson, and then I see Board Member Schneider also has his hand up.
And just to clarify, because the motion mentions until April, and I just want to make sure Mr. Chady's okay with that, because he mentions it through April, until April. Does it start in May? I just want to make sure that the motion, as motioned, it will solve your problem.
Yes.
Okay.
April's fine. Beginning May 1st, they'll revert back to the 450 per board policy.
Perfect. Just want to be clear.
Board Member Schneider?
Okay, I am going to abstain from this vote because, again, 6D specifically states board pay discussion, which therefore by open meeting laws should state discussion only, even though it is under the category of action/discussion. So to be clear with open meeting laws, I will abstain since I think any motion would be in violation of that.
Thank you, Board Member Schneider. Any other discussions before we take a vote? Oh, Brian Nichols?
Well, I don't want to make this thing go longer than it really has to go, but I would just ask all of us, every one of us, to think about what we've done, because we got a lot of things on the fire, and we got a lot of responsibilities coming in the near future, and quite frankly, we received something we should not have received. And at the end of the day, I'm not comfortable with. I'm just not as for me personally, I'm not comfortable not paying it back because it wasn't due me. Just like when I pay my taxes, if I underpay, I'm in trouble. If I overpay, they send me the money back. End of story. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Nichols. Ms. Shope, can we get a roll call on this, please?
Absolutely. Megan Miller?
Aye.
Tom Hankins?
Aye.
Brian Anderson?
Aye.
Brian Nichols?
Nay.
Amy Levy?
Nay.
Greg Schneider?
I abstain.
Tia Johnson?
Aye.
Motion carried. 4 to 2 to 1.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. And Mrs. Levy, would you refresh my memory? Which ones did we already remove during the approval of the agenda?
Now you're making me work. We removed, I believe it was it was D, the minutes from the January 14th meeting. But since my mic is on, I would also like to remove items G and H, please.
Okay, thank you.
She also mentioned item 9C.
Right. I'm just
Correct.
looking at consent agenda right now. Okay, so I will entertain a motion for the approval of the consent agenda with the removal of item D, approval of meeting minutes, and removing G and H for discussion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Megan Miller, seconded by Greg Schneider. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Policy, that brings us to item G, policy 345.6, graduation requirements. Mrs. Levy, I believe you're the one that removed this, so you have first go at the discussion.
Yeah, and if you don't mind, I have the same concern with G and H. So in the interest of efficiency, I just requested that both of these items be removed because I support the administration's recommendation to reduce the number of required graduation credits from 26 to 24. So I just won't be voting to support those two policies as is.
Thank you. Board Member Miller?
Thank you so much. Ditto, and I have a child who has a need, so is it okay if I just jump on virtually for the rest of our?
Absolutely.
Thank you
Absolutely.
Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it.
Board Member Schneider?
Again, I agree with the administration's recommendation to increase the opportunities for students by reducing the graduation requirements. And I noticed that it states here under purpose, it's to align with the changes made in the state level. The state level does not weigh in at all on this recommendation one way or the other, so it is not adapting it to meet state requirements. But because I agree with the administration's recommendations, I cannot support these.
Thank you. Any other discussion on 7G or H? I will entertain a motion for approval of item G and H. If
So moved.
I'll second.
Motion by Brian Nichols, seconded by Brian Anderson. Any other discussion? Mrs. Shope, can we get a roll call, please?
Could I also get clarification? Was that for both the policy and the rule?
I can't. Yes.
It was green, I couldn't.
Megan Miller?
Sorry. Nay?
Tom Hankins?
Aye.
Brian Anderson?
Aye.
Brian Nichols?
Aye.
Amy Levy?
Nay.
Craig Schneider?
Nay.
And Tia Johnson?
Aye.
Motion carried 4 to 3.
Thank you. Our next item is human resources. Do any board members have any open session questions regarding the HR Committee Report Employment Recommendations Exhibit A?
I'm sorry, did you say open or closed?
Open.
Oh,
Go ahead, Mrs. Levy.
Thank you so much. So just two questions. There's a district level substitute that was scheduled to start on November 1st. So I'm just wondering why the board is reviewing this 3 months later. And my second question is the special education paraprofessional at Robinson had an effective date of last week. So I'm just wondering, is there a reason that 1 month of service is listed?
So with substitutes, it takes some time to determine if that individual is actually committed to starting to provide those services to our district. So it is not unusual for someone to, after being board approved, either move out of the area or otherwise advise that they're no longer going to consider providing substitute services for our district.
So it seems that the note says that they never started. So for the last 3 months, and the only reason I ask is because I know we had a separate conversation about purging substitute list when they weren't inactive. So I'm just wondering, what is that time frame of inactivity where this would come before the board and say, no, this person is no longer eligible to sub?
The biggest difference is that this person never once substituted for the district and has since advised of their lack of interest to provide substitute. It wasn't a purge. We don't do that routinely, but in this particular situation, knowing their intent or lack thereof, it did not make sense to continue carrying them.
Okay, and then my second question, do we do this in month increments, and that's why a person who was supposed to start last week is listed as a month of service?
You're referring to the support resignation with a 1 month of
Correct.
service? That month of service would have to do with when they started working for us, which I don't know.
Well, the effective date says 1/28/2025, which would be last week.
Correct. But
So is the effective date different than the start date?
well, these are resignations. So that's the last day that they physically worked for us, was 1/28.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member Anderson?
And just another one that looks like probably clerical, but we have the teacher resignation, the art teacher, with an effective date of 1/1/1900. I'm guessing.
Oh, that is definitely a typo. I would hope that was not the case. We can definitely, if you don't mind updating that in the motion, I would greatly appreciate it.
Sure.
Sorry for the oversight.
Any other open session questions on Exhibit A? Are there any closed session questions for Exhibit A? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion regarding Exhibit A.
I move approval of Exhibit A as amended.
Second.
Thank you. We've got a motion by Greg Schneider, seconded by Brian Nichols, of approval of Exhibit A as amended. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Our next item is executive session. A motion may be made and a vote taken to convene the Board of Education into closed session pursuant to Section 19.85, Parent 1, Parent F of the Wisconsin State Statutes for the purpose of reviewing the expulsion orders of the independent hearing officer pursuant to Section 120.13, Parent 1, Parent E, 4H of the Wisconsin State Statutes. The Board of Education shall, upon review, approve, reverse, or modify the orders. The Board of Education may return from closed session to approve, reverse, or modify the expulsion orders of the independent hearing officer as determined by the Board of Education in closed session. Thank you, everyone, for your, oh, I'm sorry. We need a roll call on this. Mrs. Shope.
I need a motion and a second first.
I'll move to go into executive session.
Second.
Motion by Brian Anderson, second by Brian Nichols. Thank you for your patience and your assistance. Any discussion? Mrs. Levy?
Oh, thank you. Just to clarify, we wouldn't return to open session to discuss any decisions made about the expulsion hearing.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
just,
so just wanted to, we'll be adjourning from closed.
I'm reading what's on the agenda, and
Got it.
I think that will be made in closed session if there is some reason that the board needs to come out for some unique action regarding something. I'm just making that statement. Mrs. Shope?
Craig Schneider,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Aye.
Brian Nichols,
Aye.
Brian Anderson,
Aye.
Tom Hankins,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
Tia Johnson.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We will convene in executive session. Thank you, everyone, for coming out tonight and your patience and contributions to making the school district of Beloit better.